Hey there! Tonight, we're stepping into the heart of ancient Greece, into a world of oracles, shining temples, and myths that echo through marble halls. This is a land where gods walked among mortals, and their stories shaped the rhythms of life. This is the story of Apollo, god of light, music, prophecy, and healing. Twin brother to Artemis, he was both the bringer of harmony and the sender of plagues, a figure of beauty and brilliance, but also of fierce power. From Delphi's sacred oracle to the strings of his golden lyre, Apollo's presence stretched across heaven and earth. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there, drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights, let the calm gather, close your eyes, and let's begin with the tale of Apollo, radiant god of the Greeks. Imagine, if you will, drifting somewhere in the middle of the Aegean Sea. The water sparkles, sunlight bounces off the waves, and a lazy breeze rolls over rocky shores. It is, by all accounts, rather a peaceful scene. But beneath this serenity, the world of the gods was churning with chaos, jealousy, and divine politics. And at the centre of it all was a woman named Leto, heavily pregnant, utterly exhausted, and very much out of options. You see, Leto had attracted the attention of Zeus, the king of the gods. And whenever Zeus turned his wandering eye towards someone, trouble inevitably followed. For one thing, his wife, Hera, was not the sort of goddess who took betrayal lightly. In fact, she was quite creative in her punishments. It was rarely Zeus himself who suffered, but rather the poor women who were unlucky enough to find themselves entangled with him. And so it was with Leto. Hera, determined to make Leto's life unbearable, issued a cruel decree. No place on earth that saw the light of day should allow her to give birth. Imagine that for a moment. An endless celestial game of no vacancy, with Leto wandering from land to land, only to be turned away because of Hera's spiteful prohibition. One might sympathise with Leto's plight. After all, 9 months is a long time to be wandering about without a safe spot to sit down. But then came salvation in the form of a loophole. The Greeks, clever as ever, had a knack for spotting these. There was a small island called Delos, a rocky outcrop in the Aegean. At the time, it was said to be floating, unattached to the earth itself. And if it wasn't technically land, then it wasn't technically forbidden by Hera's decree. Bureaucracy, it seems, was alive and well even among the gods. And so, it was upon Delos that Leto finally found refuge. The island, barren and modest though it was, became the setting for one of the most important births in mythology. Leto, weary but resolute, gave birth to twins. First to Artemis, and then, with Artemis's assistance no less, to Apollo. Yes, Artemis, fresh into existence herself, was said to have played midwife for her own brother. Sibling rivalry begins early when you're divine. Now, the significance of these twins cannot be overstated. In Greek thought, they were complementary forces. Artemis, the wild huntress tied to the moon, and Apollo, the radiant god bound to the sun. Where Artemis roamed forests with her bow, Apollo stood for civilization, music, prophecy, and order. Together they symbolized balance, the dualities that kept the cosmos in harmony. Day and night, male and female, wilderness and culture. Apollo, even as a newborn, carried with him the promise of light. His very name is thought to be linked with brightness and purity, though scholars have debated its origins for centuries. Some suggest connections to older Indo-European roots, while others trace faint echoes of Near Eastern sun deities, particularly Shamash, the Mesopotamian god of justice and light. The Greeks, of course, would insist Apollo was theirs alone, born upon their sacred island and raised within their pantheon. But mythology, like history, is often a tapestry woven from many threads. The island of Delos itself became sacred ground. It was said that after Apollo's birth, the island anchored itself to the seafloor, no longer drifting but fixed in place, as if stabilized by divine presence. Later, temples would rise there, pilgrims would journey across the Aegean to pay homage, and festivals would celebrate the god who had entered the world upon its soil. A barren rock transformed into a centre of devotion, quite a profitable outcome for Delos, one might add. Apollo grew swiftly, as gods tend to do. None of this business of waiting through adolescence. One day a baby, the next a luminous youth with golden hair, a lyre slung across his back, and a bow never far from reach. He was, in many ways, the ideal Greek youth made divine. Handsome, athletic, wise, and when crossed, absolutely terrifying. But before we rush ahead into his later adventures, let us pause to appreciate what Apollo represented at this dawn of his existence. The Greeks held him as the embodiment of order, harmony, and reason. If Dionysus represented ecstasy, chaos, and intoxication, then Apollo was his counterbalance, measured, rational, composed. Later philosophers would coin the phrase the Apollonian and the Dionysian to describe these two opposing but necessary forces within human experience. At Delphi, Apollo would later establish his famous oracle, dispensing cryptic wisdom that shaped the course of Greek politics and history. But here, in his earliest chapter, he is simply a radiant new god, basking in the glow of his mother's love and his sister's vigilant protection. The birth story of Apollo also carried symbolic weight for the Greeks themselves. It reflected the struggles of exile and refuge, themes deeply familiar to a people whose islands and city-states were scattered across the Mediterranean. Leto's wandering was a mythic mirror of the human experience of displacement, while Delos's anchoring symbolized the establishment of order, stability, and sanctuary. It is worth noting that the cult of Apollo may have grown alongside Greece's own cultural development. By the 8th century BCE, when Homer was composing epic poetry, Apollo already featured prominently as an archer god who could bring both plague and healing. His dual nature, destroyer and healer, stern judge and gentle musician, made him a deity of paradoxes. Perhaps that is why he fascinated the Greeks so thoroughly. Now, if we return to the narrative, we find that Apollo's first days were not without incident. He was said to have been fed nectar and ambrosia, the divine foods, which transformed him almost instantly into maturity. The moment he tasted them, he shed the helplessness of infancy and declared his intent. He would take up the lyre, the bow, and the art of prophecy. Quite the baby announcement, really. Most mortals are content with a cry. Apollo declared his entire career path. In artistic depictions, Apollo is nearly always shown as eternally youthful, no beard, no signs of age, forever radiant. This was no accident. The Greeks associated him with Kouros, the archetype of the young man in his prime, unspoiled by time or decay. To them, Apollo was a symbol of eternal youth and perfection, the golden standard of beauty. Yet, for all his brilliance, Apollo was not without flaws. His temper could be fierce, his pride wounded easily. He was a god who could bless or destroy, often with little warning. This duality, radiant benefactor and merciless punisher, would shape many of his myths. But for now, at the dawn of his story, it is his light that shines most brightly. Let us not forget Artemis in this tale, for she, too, was born upon Delos, and her bond with Apollo would remain unbreakable. Though their domains differed, their unity as twins was a recurring theme in Greek religion. Together they were invoked as protectors of children, as guardians of balance, and as eternal reminders that the cosmos thrives upon harmony between opposites. Historically, Delos became a religious hub in the Aegean. Archaeological remains reveal temples, treasuries, and colossal statues dedicated to Apollo. Pilgrims came from across Greece to honour him, bringing offerings and participating in festivals that celebrated his birth. The island's sanctity was so profound that in later times wars were forbidden there. Delos became a neutral ground, a centre of peace, where even enemies laid aside their arms in reverence. Thus, from a wandering goddess's desperation came the dawn of one of the most influential deities of the ancient world. Apollo, god of light, music, prophecy, and healing, entered the cosmos not with thunder or spectacle, but upon a small, rocky island that became immortal through him. And so, we leave chapter 1 with the image of Apollo as a radiant youth upon Delos. His lyre yet unstrummed, his bow yet unstrung, his prophecies yet unsaid, but his destiny already shining across the Aegean. A god of paradoxes, a bringer of order and chaos, a figure who would forever stand at the crossroads of myth and history. One might say, rather poetically, that from a mother's struggle and an island's rocky soil, light itself was born anew. Imagine, if you will, the soft glow of dawn spreading across the Aegean. The sky lightens, the waves shimmer gold, and Apollo, no longer an infant, but already radiant, steps forth as though the morning itself had taken human form. Greek mythology rarely allowed its gods to linger in infancy. One sip of nectar, one bite of ambrosia, and childhood was neatly skipped over. Mortals might wrestle with tantrums and adolescence, but Apollo? He simply unfolded into the picture of youthful perfection. Convenient, really. In Greek art and poetry, Apollo is eternally youthful. Unlike Zeus with his mighty beard, or Poseidon with his sea-worn features, Apollo remains forever smooth-faced, golden-haired, and athletic. He embodies the kouros, the ideal of the young man in his prime, poised between boyhood and maturity, at the very height of beauty. One might call him the poster child of classical Greece, had posters been invented at the time. But Apollo was never simply a pretty face. From the beginning, he was a god of paradox and balance. He was both healer and bringer of plague, musician and archer, prophet and punisher. The Greeks adored their gods complex, and Apollo did not disappoint. When Apollo declared his divine mission, to wield the lyre, the bow, and the gift of prophecy, he was carving out domains that would define him forever. Each of these tools held deep symbolism. The lyre, for one, represented harmony. Crafted by Hermes in a rather mischievous tale, we'll come to that in a later chapter, it became Apollo's instrument of choice. With it, he could soothe minds, inspire poetry, and lead the muses in song. Music, for the Greeks, was not mere entertainment, but a reflection of cosmic order. To tune an instrument was to align oneself with the very fabric of the universe, and Apollo, strumming the lyre, was its divine conductor. The bow, by contrast, symbolized sharp precision. Apollo's arrows could heal, but they could also bring swift death. In the Iliad, for instance, he is the one who sends plague upon the Greek army at Troy, his arrows invisible shafts of disease. Yet in other stories, he is invoked as a saviour, a bringer of cures. The bow thus embodied Apollo's duality, life and death, remedy and ruin. To hold both lyre and bow was to hold contradiction itself. It was as if the Greeks were saying, beauty and destruction are not opposites, but two strings of the same instrument. The Greeks idealized Apollo as a model of beauty, but this was not mere vanity. In their worldview, physical beauty reflected moral and cosmic order. A harmonious body suggested a harmonious soul. Apollo's radiance symbolized clarity, rationality, and proportion, values dear to Greek philosophy. In sculpture, he was carved with perfect symmetry, standing tall in graceful balance, the very embodiment of kalokagaphia, the union of the good and the beautiful. His figure was neither too muscular, like that of Heracles, nor too soft. He was the golden mean, moderation made divine. Historically, this obsession with form-shaped Greek art and architecture. Temples to Apollo, such as those at Delphi and Delos, echoed his qualities in their proportions. Balanced columns, measured spaces, clarity of line. Even their mathematics seemed inspired by Apollo's sense of order. And yet, beneath the polished marble, Apollo's myths often revealed a god not entirely serene. His temper could flare. His pride could sting. His punishments could be merciless. If he represented youth, he also represented its volatility. Passionate, brilliant, and sometimes reckless. As he grew into his role, Apollo quickly established himself as one of Olympus's most prominent figures. He was not a king, like Zeus, nor a smith, like Hephaestus, nor a wine-loving reveller, like Dionysus. Instead, he occupied a unique position as the mediator between gods and mortals. Through his oracles, mortals sought divine guidance. Through his music, they experienced divine inspiration. Through his arrows, they felt divine wrath. Apollo stood at the threshold of human and divine, light and darkness, life and death. In myth, he was often called upon to maintain order. When chaos threatened, when mortals grew arrogant, when balance was disturbed, Apollo's presence was invoked. His domain was not just the shining sky, but the very structure of harmony itself. One might ask, did the Greeks invent Apollo from scratch, or was he a product of older traditions? Archaeology and comparative religion suggest the latter. There are hints that Apollo absorbed traits from Near Eastern deities. The Hittites, for instance, had a god of plague and healing. The Mesopotamians had Shamash, god of justice and the sun. When the Greeks traded across the eastern Mediterranean, these divine archetypes may have mingled with their own. By the Archaic period, around the 7th century BCE, Apollo's cult was firmly established in Greece. His sanctuaries grew into centres of political and cultural life. Delphi, in particular, would rise to extraordinary importance. But even in these early myths, the seeds of his greatness were visible. Apollo was not just a figure of worship, but a cultural ideal. He embodied the rational spirit that would later flourish in Greek philosophy, the artistic harmony seen in Greek sculpture, and the sense of youthful energy that defined much of their civic identity. Of course, one cannot help but smile at the contradictions in Apollo's youth. He was a god of reason, yet his love stories were famously unreasonable. He was eternally youthful, yet often depicted as lecturing mortals like a weary professor. And while his beauty was unrivalled, it never seemed to guarantee success in romance. As the nymph Daphne, who turned into a tree to avoid him, would attest. Perhaps the Greeks saw in him a reflection of themselves, noble ideals wrapped in very human flaws. If so, they also knew that these contradictions made him more relatable and his myths more compelling. At the heart of Apollo's youth was his identification with light. Not the harsh midday blaze of Helios, the sun god, who physically drove the chariot across the sky, but a more subtle, intellectual light. Apollo's radiance was that of clarity, enlightenment, and knowledge. He illuminated the mind as much as the landscape. This symbolic light carried deep resonance. For the Greeks, to live in truth was to live in Apollo's radiance. To be lost in ignorance was to stray into shadow. His very presence was a metaphor for the human pursuit of wisdom. In later centuries, philosophers would latch onto this imagery. Plato, for instance, spoke of enlightenment as emerging into the light, a theme that owes much to the Apollonian ideal. Even today, when we speak of shedding light on a subject, we echo Apollo's eternal youth. And so, Apollo's radiant youth was not simply a matter of handsome features or golden hair. It was a symbol of Greek values: beauty, harmony, proportion, reason, and balance. He was the youthful god who never aged, the eternal Kouros, standing as a reminder of what mortals aspired to, but could never fully achieve. Yet, like youth itself, his story carried a warning. Brilliance is often paired with volatility. Apollo's light could illuminate, but it could also burn. His music could inspire, but it could also punish. He was perfection with a temper, an ideal wrapped in contradiction. As we move forward in his story, we will see how this radiant youth steps out into the wider world, slays monsters, builds oracles, and entangles himself in loves, both tragic and comic. But for now, let us leave him in the glow of dawn, eternally young, strumming his lyre, his bow resting by his side, the embodiment of harmony and contradiction. A god, yes, but also in his contradictions, a mirror of humanity itself. Imagine now that the boy who had been born in sunlight on Delos is no longer an infant swaddled in divine cloth, but a youth whose stride seems to echo across marble courtyards and mountain slopes alike. Apollo, unlike many gods of Olympus, did not stumble through a messy adolescence. He was said to have grown into his prime almost instantly, radiant with golden hair, broad shoulders, and a smile that one imagines could be either comforting or slightly smug, depending on the day. His bow hung across his back, his lyre by his side, and with each step his reputation began to take shape. It was not enough, however, to be beautiful, musical, and radiant. The Greeks expected their gods to prove themselves, to carve their place into the endless tapestry of divine stories. Apollo, being Apollo, was not going to do this quietly. One of his earliest and most famous exploits was the confrontation with a monstrous serpent, a creature so terrible that it seemed to embody chaos itself. This was the Python, a dragon-like being said to dwell at Delphi, a place that even then held whispers of sacred power. Now the Greeks were fond of their monsters, but they were also fond of young heroes showing their worth by dispatching them. Apollo, bow in hand, approached Python not as a trembling boy, but as a radiant god eager to prove his sovereignty. With a series of golden arrows, he struck down the beast, sending it writhing into death. This was not merely a tale of violence. In fact, to the Greeks, it explained the very reason Delphi would become Apollo's most sacred sanctuary. By slaying the python, he claimed Delphi as his own, establishing the oracle that would guide kings, poets, and wanderers for centuries to come. The Temple of Apollo at Delphi was not just a religious centre, it was in many ways the beating heart of Greek identity. One might imagine the stone steps worn smooth by centuries of hopeful feet, each pilgrim clutching an offering, eager for a cryptic word from the priestess of Apollo, the Pythia, who sat above a fissure said to exhale divine vapours. And yet, behind this tale of triumph, scholars often point to something deeper. The myth may echo the real history of Greek religion, in which older earthbound cults tied to serpents and the powers of the ground were gradually absorbed by the Olympian order. By slaying Python, Apollo was not just killing a monster, he was displacing an older god, taking over the site and rebranding it, if you will, under new management. The Greeks were not above using mythology as a tool for explaining religious takeovers. Now, one might be tempted to see this as an early act of imperialism on Apollo's part. After all, nothing says grand opening like moving into someone else's shrine and redecorating. Still, to the Greeks, it was part of a divine order. Apollo, the god of light and reason, triumphing over the shadowy, chthonic forces of the underworld. It is no coincidence that from Delphi flowed not just prophecy, but also a sense of order, justice, and harmony, at least in theory. But Apollo's youth was not all about monster slaying and temple building. He was also the god of music, and this was not an idle title. With his lyre strung from the shell of a tortoise, a detail that must have been rather discouraging for the tortoise in question, he could calm storms, charm wild beasts, and soothe the hearts of gods and mortals alike. One imagines the sound of his music drifting across an olive grove at dusk, the air soft, the world pausing to listen. Music, in Apollo's hands, was not mere entertainment. It was order, balance, proportion, the very ideals the Greeks admired most. Where Dionysus, his counterpart, brought wild ecstasy and the frenzy of unrestrained dance, Apollo brought measured rhythm, symmetry, and harmony. To the Greeks, both were necessary, but Apollo's music reminded them that life, at its best, was not chaos but beauty shaped into form. Of course, being a god of such prominence also meant that Apollo developed a taste for contests. He was not above challenging others to musical duels, and one such story is as charming as it is cautionary. There was, you see, a satyr named Marsyas, who found a flute once discarded by Athena. Marsyas, quite pleased with himself, became rather skilled and eventually dared to challenge Apollo to a contest. The rules were simple: play and let the judges decide. At first, Marsyas held his own, the flute singing sweetly against the lyre, but Apollo, unwilling to lose, cleverly added a twist. He played his lyre while singing at the same time, a feat Marsyas, with his flute, could not replicate. Now, had Apollo left it there, we might admire the fairness of competition. Unfortunately, gods were rarely magnanimous in victory. Marsyas, having dared to rival him, was punished with a gruesome fate, flayed alive for his hubris. It is a story the Greeks told with a shiver. a reminder that to challenge Apollo was to invite not just defeat but destruction. And yet, beneath the cruelty, there lingers a moral about the dangers of pride, about knowing when not to pit oneself against the divine. For all his light and harmony, Apollo could be harsh. His arrows could heal, but they could also spread plague. His prophecies could guide, but they could also confuse. In him, the Greeks found both the beauty and the peril of knowledge. To worship Apollo was to step into the sunlight, but also to risk being blinded by its glare. If we step away from myth for a moment and look at history, Apollo's cult spread far and wide across the Greek world. His temples rose in Ionia, in Asia Minor, and eventually throughout the Mediterranean. Each sanctuary carried echoes of Delos and Delphi, places where his presence was felt most strongly. The Romans, when they absorbed Greek religion, also embraced Apollo, though curiously he never became quite as central in their pantheon as he was in Greece. Still, he remained a figure of art, medicine, and prophecy. His golden image carried forward through centuries. Apollo's youth, then, was a time of proving himself, not unlike the tales of mortal heroes who must conquer monsters, win contests, and carve their names into legend. But unlike mortals, Apollo's victories were not fleeting. They shaped the very foundations of Greek religion and culture. His slaying of Python was remembered not just as a moment of divine bravado, but as the origin of the most famous oracle in the ancient world. His music, gentle and harmonious, became a symbol of civilization itself. His contests, cruel though they sometimes were, reminded mortals of their place in the grand hierarchy of things. And perhaps that is what makes Apollo so fascinating. He was not simply a god of sunshine and pretty songs. He was a god of boundaries between chaos and order, ignorance and knowledge, mortality and divinity. His youth was less a stage of growing up and more a declaration of what he would be. A god who demanded reverence, who could inspire with beauty but also terrify with wrath. One imagines him now, standing on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, bow in hand, lyre slung casually at his side, the sunlight gilding his hair. He is both welcoming and intimidating, both gentle and unyielding. He is Apollo, radiant youth, already fully formed, already eternal. Close your eyes and imagine the slopes of Mount Parnassus. The air is crisp, the pine trees sway softly, and high upon the hillside rests a sanctuary unlike any other. Marble glimmers in the sun, and pilgrims gather in hushed anticipation. They have travelled for days, some even for weeks, carrying gifts, hopes, and burdens of uncertainty. They wait for one voice, the voice of Apollo, the god of prophecy, speaking through his chosen priestess. This is Delphi, the beating spiritual heart of Greece. If Mount Olympus was the home of the gods, Delphi was the telephone line to them, and Apollo was the operator, though one suspects he sometimes enjoyed putting mortals on hold with a riddle or two. The story of how Apollo came to rule Delphi is already familiar. The slaying of the python, the claiming of the oracle. But what happened after is perhaps even more fascinating. The shrine became not just a holy site, but a kind of international institution, drawing visitors from every corner of the ancient world. Kings consulted it before wars, city-states before founding colonies, and ordinary folk before deciding on matters of love, health, or fortune. And presiding over it all was the Pythia, Apollo's priestess. She was no queen or grand noble, but an ordinary woman chosen for her purity. Seated upon a tripod over a cleft in the earth, she inhaled vapours said to rise from beneath the temple, though whether these were divine gases or just some very strong geology is still debated. Whatever their origin, they seemed to propel her into a trance, in which she spoke words believed to be Apollo's own. The answers, however, were rarely straightforward. Apollo had a well-known fondness for ambiguity. A general might ask whether to march into battle, and the oracle might reply, "If you cross the river, a great empire will fall." Encouraging words until one realizes that the empire in question might be one's own. One could almost hear Apollo chuckling softly as mortals wrestled with his riddles, the god of light enjoying the shadows of interpretation. Historically, Delphi's influence was immense. Archaeological remains reveal treasuries built by various city-states, each trying to outdo the other with lavish offerings. The site became a stage for political theatre as much as for religious devotion. Victories in war were celebrated there, spoils of conquest displayed, and alliances reinforced under Apollo's watchful gaze. Delphi was, in many ways, the United Nations of its time, if the United Nations also had a resident dragon slayer and a priestess breathing mysterious fumes. And yet, for all the pomp, the essence of Delphi lay in its mystery. The Greeks believed Apollo embodied truth and clarity, but truth was never handed to mortals directly. It was filtered through riddles, half-truths, and poetic turns of phrase. In this, Apollo reflected the very nature of human knowledge, luminous yet elusive, comforting yet unsettling. There is also something profoundly human about the way Apollo's oracle worked. People came with questions, but what they left with was often less an answer and more a mirror, something that forced them to examine their own hopes and fears. Perhaps that was the real genius of Delphi. It was not that Apollo predicted the future, but that he compelled mortals to confront themselves. Outside of Greece, Apollo's oracular power echoed in other cultures. The Romans eagerly adopted him, especially Augustus, who styled himself as favoured by Apollo, and even built a grand temple to him on the Palatine Hill. By doing so, Augustus cloaked his political ambitions in divine authority. To say that Apollo supported one's rule was rather like claiming to have the exclusive endorsement of the sun itself, not an easy thing to argue against. In myths, Apollo's prophetic gift often took personal turns as well. He was not only the god who spoke through the Thetheia, but also a god who experienced the burden of foresight. Take the tale of Cassandra, the daughter of Priam of Troy. Apollo, smitten with her beauty, offered her the gift of prophecy in exchange for her love. She accepted the gift, but then refused him. Apollo, in the kind of sulky retaliation only a god could devise, allowed her to keep the power, but cursed her so that no one would ever believe her predictions. Thus, Cassandra foresaw the fall of Troy, the death of Agamemnon, countless tragedies, yet her warnings were dismissed as madness. It is a cruel myth, a reminder that divine gifts often come with sharp edges. One might see in Cassandra's story the darker side of Apollo's prophetic nature. Knowledge, he seemed to suggest, is not always liberation. Sometimes it is a prison, isolating the knower from those who cannot or will not understand. To worship Apollo was to ask for clarity, but one had to be prepared for the loneliness that clarity might bring. The Delphic oracle also played a part in shaping moral and philosophical thought. Inscribed upon the temple were simple yet profound maxims: know thyself, and nothing in excess. These phrases became cornerstones of Greek philosophy, echoed later by Socrates and countless others. It is no exaggeration to say that Apollo's sanctuary helped seed the intellectual soil from which Western thought would grow. Of course, not every visitor sought wisdom so profound. Some simply wanted reassurance that their crops would thrive, or that their love life would improve. One imagines Apollo raising an eyebrow at such requests, but gracious enough to indulge them nonetheless, albeit with the usual cryptic flair. After all, a god must keep busy, and vague advice has always been in fashion. Yet Delphi was not only about words, it was also about spectacle. Every 4 years, the sanctuary hosted the Pythian Games, second only to the Olympics in prestige. These games celebrated not just athletic prowess, but also music and poetry, reflecting Apollo's dual nature as both archer and musician. Picture the scene: athletes running and wrestling beneath the gaze of marble statues, while poets recited hymns in his honour, and musicians plucked strings in competitions that echoed the god's own contests. It was a festival that brought together body, mind, and spirit, a fitting tribute to a deity who embodied all three. Even in decline, Delphi retained its aura. As Christianity rose and the old gods faded, the oracle's voice grew quieter, until at last it was said to have spoken a final prophecy. The temple has fallen. Phoebus no longer has a roof. The speaking water is silent, a dignified exit, one might say, for a god who had defined an age. But in truth, Apollo never entirely vanished. His ideals of clarity, order, and harmony continued to echo in art, philosophy, and literature. Renaissance painters resurrected his image, Enlightenment thinkers borrowed his light, and poets invoked him as muse. The sanctuary of Delphi may be silent, but Apollo's voice still lingers in the cultural imagination, a whisper of golden clarity across the centuries. And so, as we leave Delphi behind, we see Apollo not just as a radiant youth or a slayer of monsters, but as a god who guided human thought. He was the light that revealed, though not always directly. He was the voice that spoke, though often in riddles. And perhaps most importantly, he was a reminder that truth, like sunlight, can both illuminate and blind. Imagine him now, seated upon his golden throne, lyre resting gently beside him, his eyes calm yet distant. He smiles faintly, as though he knows more than he will ever tell. And perhaps that is the secret of Apollo's prophecy. Not the giving of answers, but the artful guiding of mortals to discover them for themselves. Picture now the golden god not as the radiant victor of contests, nor as the solemn master of prophecy, but as a figure moved by desire. For even the gods, however luminous, were not immune to the stirrings of the heart. Apollo, with his beauty, music, and light, might have seemed the perfect lover. But the truth, at least according to the myths, is that his romances were rarely happy. If anything, they were lessons in yearning, rejection, and the strange ways in which love can twist into sorrow. One of the most famous of Apollo's pursuits was that of Daphne, the daughter of a river god. The story begins, as so many Greek tales do, with a quarrel between deities. Apollo, ever proud of his skill with the bow, had mocked Eros, the god of love, for wielding so small a weapon. Arrows, Apollo insisted, were the tools of warriors and hunters, not children with wings. Eros, piqued by the insult, decided to teach the radiant archer a lesson. He crafted 2 arrows, one tipped with gold to inspire burning love, and one tipped with lead to repel it. With a mischievous smile, he struck Apollo with the golden shaft, filling him with an unshakable passion for Daphne. And Daphne? She received the leaden arrow, ensuring she would recoil from his every advance. The chase that followed was the stuff of both poetry and tragedy. Apollo pursued her across fields and forests, his words filled with promises, his music attempting to soften her heart. But Daphne fled, swift and desperate, her only prayer to be freed from his pursuit. At last her father, the river god Peneus, answered. As Apollo's hand reached out to grasp her, her flesh hardened, her hair turned into leaves, and her arms stretched into branches. She became a laurel tree, rooted to the earth, forever beyond his embrace. Apollo, stricken with grief, could not undo what had been done, yet he honoured her in the only way he could. He declared the laurel sacred to him, its wreaths to crown poets, athletes, and victors. In this way, his failed love became a symbol of triumph and art, though one imagines that Apollo himself never quite forgot the sting of Eros's golden arrow. This story, though mythological, resonated deeply with the Greeks. The laurel wreath became a powerful cultural emblem, woven into festivals, competitions, and ceremonies. Behind every crown of leaves lay the memory of a god's unfulfilled longing and a maiden's desperate transformation. But Daphne was not the only mortal, or semi-mortal, who crossed Apollo's romantic path. Another tale tells of Hyacinthus, a beautiful Spartan youth with whom Apollo shared affection. The two spent their days together, throwing the discus, hunting, and basking in the sun. Yet tragedy, as always, hovered near. During a game of discus, Apollo's throw struck Hyacinthus, whether by accident or by the jealous interference of another god. Some say Zephyrus, the west wind, envious of the boy's attention. Hyacinthus fell, mortally wounded, and Apollo's cries of grief echoed across the land. Unable to save him, Apollo transformed Hyacinthus's spilled blood into a flower, the hyacinth, its petals inscribed with the letters AI, AI, a cry of lament. Thus, love once again blossomed into beauty, but only through loss. It is striking how many of Apollo's loves end not in union, but in metamorphosis. Take Coronis, a mortal woman who caught his eye. She bore his child, but when Apollo discovered she had been unfaithful, his wrath was swift. Some versions say he struck her down with arrows himself. Others claim he sent his twin sister Artemis to do the deed. Either way, Coronis perished, but as her body lay upon the pyre, Apollo plucked their unborn son from her womb. This child was Asclepius, who would grow into the god of medicine, healer of the sick, and eventually challenger of death itself. Out of betrayal and death came a figure of immense importance to human history and myth. Asclepius's cult spread widely, shaping practices of healing and influencing even later traditions of medicine. Thus, from Apollo's tragic love, humanity inherited the hope of recovery and health, a reminder that even sorrow might yield gifts. Yet Apollo himself, it seems, rarely learned from these patterns. His desire was often overwhelming, but his lovers, mortal or divine, struggled to withstand it. The tale of Cassandra, daughter of Priam of Troy, shows this all too clearly. Apollo granted her the gift of prophecy in exchange for her affection, but when she refused his advances, he cursed her so that no one would ever believe her words. Here again, love turned to bitterness, and a gift became a punishment. Cassandra foresaw Troy's destruction, but her warnings fell on deaf ears. Her life a tragic chorus of truths dismissed. There is perhaps a subtle irony in these stories. Apollo, god of order, clarity and harmony, could not master the chaos of his own heart. He could tune a lyre to perfect pitch. He could guide armies with cryptic riddles. But when it came to love, he stumbled again and again into grief. One wonders whether the Greeks told these tales as a kind of warning. Beauty, power, and brilliance, they remind us, do not guarantee happiness in love. Desire can be as dangerous as plague, as consuming as fire. Even gods, radiant though they may be, cannot escape the caprices of longing. From a historical perspective, these myths may also reflect older cultural patterns. Transformations into plants, like Daphne into the laurel or Hyacinthus into the flower, suggest echoes of ancient fertility rituals, where vegetation symbolized renewal and memory. To turn a lost beloved into a tree or bloom was to weave them into the living cycle of nature, ensuring they would never truly vanish. In this way, Apollo's loves, however tragic, became woven into the landscape itself, eternal in leaves and petals. But myths also served to humanize Apollo. For all his divine brilliance, he was not untouchable. He too suffered rejection, loss and heartache. To the Greeks, this made him more than a distant sun god. It made him a figure who mirrored their own struggles, their own bittersweet entanglements of passion and pain. If we close our eyes, we might imagine Apollo seated upon a hillside at dusk, his lyre silent in his lap. Around him, the air is heavy with memory, the rustle of laurel leaves, the scent of hyacinths, the faint echo of Cassandra's unheard cries. His gaze drifts beyond the horizon, golden yet melancholy. For all his radiance, love has left him wounded time and again, and yet out of each wound has come beauty. The laurel became the crown of poets. The hyacinth blossomed as a flower of lament. Asclepius brought healing to mortals. Even Cassandra, though cursed, embodied the tragic power of truth. Apollo's failed loves remind us that from sorrow can spring art, wisdom, and hope. Perhaps this is why the Greeks wove these stories so tenderly into their culture. They saw in Apollo not just the god of light, but the god of longing. A reminder that even divine radiance cannot shield one from the pangs of the heart. So we leave him here, not triumphant, not prophetic, but vulnerable. Apollo, whose arrows could slay monsters, and whose music could calm storms, could not conquer the simplest of forces. The unpredictable, unruly power of love. Picture Apollo now, not in the glow of youthful conquests, nor the melancholy hush of failed loves, but standing with bow in hand, his quiver full, his gaze sharp as sunlight itself. The air around him trembles, for Apollo is about to remind mortals of another of his gifts, or perhaps one should say, one of his punishments. For while he is the god of music, prophecy, and healing, he is also the god whose arrows can bring sudden sickness, striking entire communities with plague. This duality of life and death, cure and curse, is essential to understanding Apollo. He was not merely a radiant patron of harmony and beauty, but a god whose favour was as dangerous as his wrath. To worship him was to seek protection from his arrows, and at the same time to implore his aid in times of illness. It was, in a way, the ultimate paradox. The same God who made you ill might also be the only one who could make you well again. One of the most vivid portrayals of this aspect of Apollo comes at the very beginning of Homer's Iliad. The Greek army, assembled before the walls of Troy, had angered a priest of Apollo by refusing to ransom his captured daughter. The god's response was swift. Apollo descended from Olympus, his bow gleaming, and fired plague-bearing arrows into the Greek camp. Homer describes the scene with a kind of dreadful poetry. The arrows clattered, the air grew heavy, and soldiers fell sick in droves. Fires burned with constant funeral pyres as the god's wrath lingered. It was only when the Greeks relented, returning the girl and making offerings, that Apollo allowed the pestilence to subside. This episode is telling. To the Greeks, disease was not simply a matter of poor hygiene or bad luck. It was often perceived as divine punishment, a visible sign of a god's displeasure. And who better to personify this than Apollo, whose arrows struck swiftly and invisibly, much like the fevers and plagues that seemed to appear out of nowhere in the ancient world. But Apollo's arrows did not always bring death. In other contexts, they healed. His son Asclepius, born of tragedy, embodied the healing side of Apollo's nature, and sanctuaries to Asclepius were often linked back to Apollo himself. These sanctuaries functioned almost like hospitals, where the sick came to sleep in holy enclosures, hoping for dreams in which the god would reveal cures. Incubation, they called it, and though it sounds mystical, it may have had practical effects too. Rest, diet, and calm surroundings were often more healing than the remedies of the time. Apollo's role as a healer also tied into his connection with the arts. Music was not only entertainment, but therapy. The Greeks believed that rhythm and harmony could soothe the soul, aligning it with the order of the cosmos. A lyre in Apollo's hands could calm storms and wild animals, but it could also calm the inner turmoil of mortals. Perhaps, they thought, sickness was a kind of disharmony, and healing was the restoration of balance. In this way, Apollo's gifts were all of a piece. Music, medicine, and prophecy all sought to bring order where chaos threatened. And yet, the darker side always lurked nearby. Take the story of Niobe, Queen of Thebes, who made the fatal mistake of mocking Leto, Apollo's mother. Niobe boasted of her many children, far more than Leto's two, and dared to claim superiority. Apollo and Artemis, offended on their mother's behalf, took up their bows. Their arrows fell swift and merciless, striking down nearly all of Niobe's children. Niobe herself, overwhelmed by grief, turned to stone, her tears flowing eternally as a spring. Here, Apollo's arrows were not mere symbols of plague, but instruments of divine retribution, as precise as they were merciless. In this, one sees Apollo not as the kindly healer, but as the stern enforcer of respect. A reminder that arrogance before the gods could end in catastrophe. To the Greeks, illness and sudden death were often interpreted not just as misfortune, but as moral lessons. To fall under Apollo's arrows was to be reminded that mortals must know their place. Historically, Apollo's association with plague was not confined to myth. In times of epidemic, Greek cities turned to him with sacrifices and prayers. The god was invoked both as the one who might have sent the pestilence and as the one who could end it. It was a precarious balance. Anger him, and he might bring more suffering. Appease him, and he might restore health. This dual relationship may reflect the Greeks' attempts to make sense of diseases they could not otherwise explain. Without germ theory, divine arrows were as good an explanation as any for sudden fevers. Roman tradition adopted this as well. During plagues in Rome, Apollo's name was often invoked, and temples were built in his honour to secure his favour. The Emperor Augustus, in particular, aligned himself closely with Apollo, even dedicating a temple to him after a plague had swept the city. It was clever politics. By claiming Apollo as his patron, Augustus styled himself as both healer of Rome's body politic and protector against literal disease. And yet, even in healing, Apollo's touch could be ambiguous. Consider again his son Asclepius. Gifted in medicine, Asclepius became so skilled that he could even raise the dead. This, however, was too much for Zeus, who feared that the natural order of mortality was being undone. Striking Asclepius with a thunderbolt, Zeus ended his life, though he later elevated him to godhood. Apollo, furious at his son's death, retaliated by killing the Cyclopes, who had forged Zeus's thunderbolts. For this crime, Apollo was punished, sent to serve as a mortal shepherd for a year. The episode underscores the dangerous closeness between healing and hubris. To cure too much, to step too far into the realm of divine prerogatives, was to court disaster. Apollo, as healer, always carried this tension. His arrows could save, but they could just as easily transgress the delicate boundary between life and death. It is tempting to see in Apollo a reflection of humanity's own struggle with medicine. Healing has always been a mix of art and risk, progress and setback. The Greeks, who lived in a world without antibiotics or vaccines, understood that health was fragile and that cures could be uncertain. Apollo embodied that precarious balance, at once a symbol of hope and a reminder of mortality. There is, too, a psychological element. Apollo's light was often associated with clarity, and in healing, clarity of mind was as important as clarity of body. His sanctuaries offered not just remedies, but also reassurance, a sense of being seen and cared for by a divine presence. In times of sickness, belief itself can be a powerful balm, but Apollo's arrows, sharp and invisible, also mirrored the fear of unseen forces. In a world where epidemics could wipe out entire communities, the god's dual role must have felt deeply resonant. He was the unseen archer, sometimes merciful, sometimes cruel, whose shafts struck without warning. If we close our eyes, we might imagine him on a battlefield, the clang of bronze ringing in the air. Soldiers collapse not from spear or sword, but from fever, unseen yet inescapable. And there, above the chaos, Apollo stands, bow drawn, his face unreadable. Is he punishing arrogance? Is he balancing scales? Or is he simply reminding mortals of their fragility? Then picture him again in a quieter setting. A child lies ill, her family gathered in despair. In the temple, a hymn rises, the lyre strings trembling softly. Apollo, radiant yet gentle, bends close, and the fever fades. The same god who destroys is also the one who restores, the paradox embodied in golden form. In the end, perhaps that is Apollo's truest nature, not one or the other, but both. To seek his aid was to acknowledge that life and death are never far apart, that health and illness dance together like sun and shadow. He was the god of boundaries, and nowhere was that clearer than in his power over sickness and healing. As night falls over the ancient world, we might leave him seated by a quiet spring, his bow resting against a rock, his lyre glowing faintly in the starlight. Around him the air is calm, though the memory of his arrows lingers. To the Greeks he was never wholly safe, never wholly kind, but always essential. For in Apollo they saw not only the light of day, but the fragile balance of human life itself. Let us leave behind the arrows for now, and the haunting image of Apollo striding across battlefields with bow in hand. Tonight, Apollo sets aside his quiver and picks up another instrument altogether, the lyre. For while he was feared as a god who could strike down whole armies with plague, he was also revered as the patron of music and poetry, the very heart of culture itself. It is a curious duality, isn't it? A god who could bring pestilence one moment and harmony the next. But perhaps it makes perfect sense. If sickness was chaos in the body, then music was its opposite. Order made audible, rhythm restoring balance. To the Greeks, Apollo's song was not mere entertainment. It was a kind of cosmic tuning fork, ensuring that all things vibrated in harmony with the universe. The lyre, Apollo's signature instrument, was said to have an origin story as charming as any in Greek myth. The infant Hermes, mischievous from the very day of his birth, stole Apollo's sacred cattle. Now, cattle theft was no small prank in the ancient world. It was both criminal and deeply insulting. But Hermes, clever lad that he was, sought a way to smooth things over. Taking a tortoise shell, he stretched strings across it and created the first lyre. When Apollo heard the sound, his anger softened. The music was so beautiful that he accepted the instrument as a gift, forgiving Hermes for the theft. In the end, both gods gained. Hermes kept the cattle, and Apollo claimed the lyre as his own, forever after its divine master. It was a neat little myth, almost a comedy, but it also reveals something profound. Music, in Apollo's hands, was capable of reconciliation, of turning anger into peace. One imagines the Greeks smiling at the story, nodding as if to say, yes, this is exactly what music does. Apollo's music was not only beautiful, it was also competitive. The Greeks loved contests, and none more so than those involving poetry and song. But to challenge Apollo in such matters was dangerous. Take, for example, the tale of Marsyas, the satyr. Marsyas stumbled upon a flute once played by the goddess Athena, who had discarded it after realizing it puffed up her cheeks most unflatteringly. Yes, even goddesses could be vain, apparently. Marsyas, delighted with his new toy, played with such skill that he dared to challenge Apollo himself to a musical contest. The stage was set, rustic flute against divine lyre. Both played beautifully, and for a time it seemed Marsyas might even hold his own. But Apollo, not to be outdone, began to play his lyre upside down while singing at the same time. Poor Marsyas could not match such a feat, and Apollo, never one to take defeat, or even near defeat, lightly, had Marsyas flayed alive for his insolence. Yes, you heard that right. The god of music could also be rather brutal in protecting his supremacy. It was a chilling tale, told perhaps as a warning. Compete with Apollo at your peril. Yet, in its cruelty, the myth also preserved the idea that music was divine, not something to be treated lightly. For Apollo, music was not a parlour trick. It was sacred, powerful, and perhaps even dangerous. Still, Apollo's cultural role was not confined to mythic contests. In real historical Greece, festivals in his honour were centres of artistic life. The Pythian Games, held at Delphi, were second only to the Olympic Games in prestige. And while the Olympics were largely about sport, the Pythian Games celebrated art, music, and poetry as much as athleticism. Victors might win not only for running or wrestling, but also for performing a hymn to Apollo. The god's shrine at Delphi thus became both a religious and cultural hub, a place where the best of Greek creativity converged. Delphi itself deserves a lingering word. It was, after all, considered the very navel of the world, the Omphalos. Pilgrims came from across the Mediterranean, not only to consult the oracle, but also to immerse themselves in the cultural atmosphere that surrounded Apollo's temple. Stone inscriptions, hymns, dedications, all bore witness to Apollo as patron of civilization itself. To approach Delphi was not only to seek prophecy, but to participate in a world of order, art, and refined culture. Apollo's influence extended far beyond Greece. When the Romans adopted him, they emphasized this civilizing role. Augustus, in particular, took Apollo as his patron. After all, what better way for an emperor to present himself than as the chosen of the god of harmony, order, and civilization? By aligning himself with Apollo, Augustus suggested that Rome, under his leadership, would be a city of light and culture, not merely of conquest. Temples to Apollo flourished under his reign, filled with art and poetry. The cultural legacy of Apollo was also bound up with the idea of the Muses, those 9 inspiring spirits of art and learning. Though technically daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, the Muses were often associated with Apollo, who was imagined as their leader. Together, they presided over poetry, history, astronomy, dance, and song, the whole spectrum of human knowledge and creativity. Imagine Apollo, radiant and poised, conducting the celestial choir. Calliope with her epic verse, Clio with her history, Terpsichora with her dance. The Greeks, who loved to systematize things, found in Apollo a perfect embodiment of cultural order. Now, one might ask, why Apollo? Why not Dionysus, god of theatre and revelry? After all, Greek culture also thrived on drama and passion. The answer, perhaps, lies in the balance between the two. Dionysus represented chaos, ecstasy, and the breakdown of boundaries. Apollo represented order, restraint, and clarity. Together, they were 2 sides of the Greek soul. But Apollo was the one who ensured that civilization did not collapse into frenzy. He was the lyre to Dionysus's drum, the golden ratio to the wild dance. Yet the Greeks were too wise to reduce life entirely to harmony. They recognized that both Apollo and Dionysus were needed, that art required both order and passion, reason and madness. The philosopher Nietzsche, centuries later, would make much of this contrast, describing the Apollonian and the Dionysian as the twin forces of culture. But the Greeks themselves already lived this truth in their festivals and their stories. In Apollo, civilization found its anchor. His very image, youthful, radiant, untouched by age, became an ideal of beauty, inspiring sculptors and poets alike. If you visit museums today, you'll find endless statues of Apollo. Smooth marble, poised bodies, serene faces. The Romans, great borrowers that they were, copied these statues endlessly, placing Apollo at the heart of villas and forums. Even in the Renaissance, artists returned to him, seeking in his image the perfection of proportion and form. One might say, then, that Apollo never quite left us. His music lingers in the idea of harmony, his beauty in the ideals of art, his order in our very concept of civilization. Even now, when we speak of things being Apollonian, we mean balanced, rational, luminous. A god of antiquity, yes, but also a symbol that has never truly faded. Picture him now, not as the archer or the plague bringer, but seated beneath olive trees, the sun warm on marble steps. In his hands, the lyre shimmers, and as he plucks its strings, the air itself seems to quieten, as though listening. Around him gather the muses, their voices weaving together in soft harmony. In the distance, the hum of a festival rises, poets reciting, dancers turning in measured circles. This is Apollo at his most enduring, not feared but revered, as the very heart of culture. And as the music fades into night, one cannot help but smile at the thought. Here is a god who reminds us that civilization is not only built with stone and sword, but also with song. Apollo, radiant and golden, was not always gentle. For all his music, prophecy, and healing, he could be deeply vindictive, quick to punish those who offended him, and relentless in rivalry. This darker side did not contradict his identity, it completed it. For in the Greek imagination, no god was one-dimensional. Apollo, like the sunlight he embodied, could illuminate but also burn. One of the most telling episodes is his contest with Heracles, the mighty hero. The setting: Delphi, Apollo's sacred sanctuary. Heracles, in a fit of rage, had come to consult the oracle, but was denied an answer. Feeling slighted, he seized the Delphic tripod, the very seat upon which the Pythia, Apollo's priestess, delivered her prophecies. Imagine the audacity: Heracles, tugging at Apollo's most sacred piece of furniture, as if one might haul away a divine throne for use as a garden stool. Apollo was not amused. He rushed to reclaim the tripod, and soon both gods were wrestling over it like squabbling brothers fighting over a chair. The struggle grew so fierce that Zeus himself had to intervene, hurling a thunderbolt between them to break up the quarrel. To the Greeks, the story was both comic and serious. Comic in its image of two great powers fighting over furniture, but serious in reminding mortals that even gods were not immune to rivalry and temper. Rivalry also brought Apollo into conflict with Poseidon, another formidable Olympian. At one point, both gods conspired against Zeus himself, their own father and king. The rebellion was short-lived, and the punishment swift. Apollo and Poseidon were sent to serve as labourers for King Laomedon of Troy. There, Apollo tended flocks, while Poseidon built walls. And yet, even in this humiliation, Apollo's duality shone through. He made the cattle flourish, healthy and numerous, a quiet echo of his healing powers. But when Laomedon refused to pay the gods for their labour, Apollo did not forgive. He sent a plague upon the land, while Poseidon unleashed a sea monster. Rivalry had led him low, but vengeance restored his authority. Perhaps more famous, however, are Apollo's rivalries with mortals who dared to challenge him in his chosen domains. We've already spoken of Marsyas, the satyr who tested his musical skill and paid dearly for it. But Marsyas was not alone. There was also Cinyras, king of Cyprus, who boasted of his musical talent. Apollo defeated him, of course, though the details vary. Some say Cinyras took his own life in despair, others that Apollo killed him outright. Either way, the message was clear. Mortals could appreciate Apollo's gifts, but they were not to rival them. Then there is the poignant tale of Hyacinthus, beloved of Apollo. The youth was beautiful beyond compare, and Apollo cherished him. But as often in Greek myth, tragedy lurked nearby. The two were playing a game of discus when Apollo's throw struck Hyacinthus in the head. Some versions blame jealousy. The west wind, Zephyrus, who also loved the boy, may have deflected the discus in envy. Whatever the cause, Hyacinthus fell dead. Apollo wept bitterly, yet from the blood of his beloved he caused a flower to spring forth, the hyacinth, inscribed with the marks of grief. Here rivalry was not between Apollo and his beloved, but between divine suitors for mortal affection. Yet it too ended in loss, showing that Apollo's brightness was never free from shadows. Another rivalry took shape in the story of Coronis, a mortal woman loved by Apollo. She betrayed him by lying with another man, and Apollo, furious, struck her down. Yet even in punishment, his heart wavered. Discovering she was pregnant with his child, Apollo saved the unborn infant, who would become Asclepius, the god of medicine. It is a strange tale, blending jealousy, vengeance, and reluctant mercy. Rivalry here lay not in art or prophecy, but in love, a realm where Apollo, for all his beauty, was often unlucky. Perhaps the most dramatic of Apollo's rivalries, however, was with Artemis, his twin sister. Though deeply bonded, they occasionally clashed. In one story, Apollo, jealous of Artemis's affection for the mortal hunter Orion, devised a cruel trick. He challenged Artemis to prove her archery by hitting a tiny target far out at sea. Unwittingly, Artemis loosed her arrow, striking Orion, who was swimming there. When she realized the deception, her grief was immense. It was a dark tale of sibling rivalry, showing that even within divine families, jealousy could destroy what love had built. Apollo also punished hubris, the arrogance of mortals who forgot their place. We saw this with Niobe, whose children he and Artemis slew for mocking their mother, Leto, but there were others. Take Midas, the king who judged a musical contest between Apollo and Pan. When Midas favoured Pan's rustic pipes over Apollo's lyre, the god, in his divine sense of humour, gave him the ears of a donkey. It was a lighter punishment than flaying, to be sure, but humiliating nonetheless. Poor Midas had to hide his ears under a turban, though of course servants eventually discovered the truth. One, unable to keep the secret, whispered it into the ground, and reeds later grew there, murmuring with the wind, "King Midas has donkey ears." Such was Apollo's way, sometimes cruel, sometimes mischievous, always unforgettable. Historically, these myths reinforced a cultural lesson. Apollo was the god of civilization, order, and beauty, but that order was not to be challenged. His rivalries showed that competition with the divine was folly. Mortals could admire, but not to pass. And yet, the Greeks told these stories with relish, perhaps because they recognized something human in Apollo's pride. Who among us does not bristle at being outdone? The difference, of course, is that Apollo's pride was backed by divine power, and his punishments were far more permanent. There is also a darker undertone to Apollo's rivalries. In many cases, those who suffered were talented mortals, musicians, kings, lovers, whose gifts or beauty attracted the god's attention. It is as though Apollo, in recognizing reflections of himself in mortals, could not bear the competition. He demanded worship, not rivalry. The Greeks, who valued excellence in all things, also recognized its dangers. To rise too high was to risk divine envy. Apollo's punishment served as cautionary tales, reminding mortals of their limits. One might even see Apollo's rivalries as symbolic. Music, prophecy, beauty. These were fragile gifts, easily lost or corrupted. The myths of Marsyas, Niobe, and Midas suggest that culture itself must be respected, that arrogance or negligence could unravel the delicate harmony Apollo represented. His punishments, harsh though they were, reinforced the sanctity of civilization. And yet, not all rivalry was destructive. the playful story of Hermes and the cattle shows that Apollo could reconcile as well as punish. Even his quarrels with Heracles ended with Zeus's intervention, restoring balance. Rivalry, in Apollo's world, was not merely about defeat. It was about defining boundaries, testing respect, and reinforcing the order he embodied. If we picture Apollo now, it is not as a serene musician, but as a figure bristling with pride, his eyes sharp as his arrows. Around him lie the reminders of rivalry, Marsyas punished, Midas humiliated, Niobe turned to stone, Hyacinthus transformed into a flower. Yet Apollo himself remains untouched, radiant as ever. It is as though the god, despite, or perhaps because of, his rivalries, emerges always more powerful, his supremacy reaffirmed. But let us soften the picture. For even in these rivalries, there is something deeply human about Apollo. He loved, he envied, he punished, he wept. His rivalries reveal not only divine pride, but also divine vulnerability. Perhaps that is why the Greeks told these stories, not merely to fear him, but to understand him. And so, as night falls on this chapter of Apollo's tale, let us leave him not in anger, but in contemplation. The lyre rests at his side, the bow close at hand. His face, beautiful yet stern, glows in the twilight. Rivalries may come and go, but Apollo remains, both a warning and a wonder, the god whose light reveals not only harmony, but also the shadows cast by pride. Apollo's bow and lyre may have defined him in battle and song, but his most enduring influence came through his voice, or rather, the voice that spoke through his priestess at Delphi. For of all his domains, none captured the imagination of the ancient world quite like prophecy. Apollo was the god who knew the will of Zeus, who could pierce the veil of the future as easily as sunlight streaming through morning mist. It is worth pausing here, for the Greeks did not treat prophecy lightly. In their world, the future was not some blank canvas upon which mortals painted freely. It was woven, thread by thread, by the fates. And though mortals might pray, bargain, or rage, the tapestry was largely set. To know even a fragment of that design was to glimpse something almost unbearable. And yet, to Delphi they came, year after year, century after century, desperate to ask questions of the god who could see beyond time. The Oracle of Delphi was no small roadside shrine. It was the beating heart of Apollo's worship, perched on the slopes of Mount Parnassus. According to legend, it was once guarded by a monstrous serpent, the Python, whose coils choked the land. Apollo, arriving in radiant splendour, slew the beast with his arrows, claiming the site for himself. To commemorate this victory, he founded the Pythian Games, which combined athletics with music and poetry, a festival celebrating not only his strength but also his artistry. In this way, the death of Python became a symbol of civilization triumphing over chaos, order over wildness. At the centre of the sanctuary stood the temple of Apollo, and within it the Omphalos stone, the so-called navel of the world. Pilgrims travelled from every corner of Greece, and indeed from beyond, to stand before this sacred place. Kings, generals, and ordinary folk alike sought guidance, though not all received what they expected. For the words of the oracle were not spoken in Apollo's own voice, but through the Pythia, his priestess. She was no grand queen or seeress by birth. Usually she was an older woman from Delphi itself, chosen for her purity of life. Seated upon a tripod above a fissure in the earth, she inhaled vapours said to rise from the chasm below. Whether these fumes were divine inspiration or natural gases is a matter that has intrigued modern scholars, but to the ancients they were Apollo's breath. In this altered state, the Pythia would utter words, sometimes coherent, sometimes riddling, often obscure. Priests nearby shaped her ecstatic utterances into verses, which were then delivered to the petitioners. It was an elaborate performance, at once sacred and theatrical, but none doubted that Apollo spoke through her. And what a voice it was! Croesus, king of Lydia, once asked if he should attack the Persian Empire. The oracle replied that if he did, he would destroy a great empire. Delighted, Croesus took this as encouragement and launched his campaign, only to find that the empire destroyed was his own. One imagines Apollo chuckling softly at the irony, the way one might at a clever but slightly cruel joke. Prophecy, after all, was rarely straightforward, yet the ambiguity was the point. The Greeks understood that the divine rarely spoke in plain human terms. Life itself was riddled with uncertainty. Why should prophecy be any different? Apollo's answers did not remove choice, they sharpened it. Mortals still had to decide, and in doing so revealed their wisdom or their folly. The oracle was less a fortune teller than a mirror, reflecting the hopes and fears of those who sought her counsel. Delphi's influence reached far beyond individual lives. Entire city-states consulted Apollo before founding colonies, waging wars, or passing laws. When Athens debated whether to resist the Persian invasion, the oracle first warned them of doom, then advised them to trust in their wooden walls. Some interpreted this as the city's fortifications. Others, more shrewdly, saw it as a reference to ships. Following the latter, Athens invested in a navy which would go on to play a decisive role in repelling Persia. Thus, Apollo's riddles shaped the course of history. The sanctuary itself became a centre of wealth and diplomacy. Treasuries built by various city-states lined the sacred way, filled with offerings to Apollo. Statues, gold, precious armour. Each gift was not only an act of devotion, but also a display of prestige, a kind of ancient advertising campaign. To walk through Delphi was to see Greece itself in miniature. Rival cities competing for the god's favour, their glories etched in marble and bronze. And yet, beneath the grandeur, the oracle retained an air of mystery. Pilgrims were required to undergo purification rituals, bathing in the Castalian spring, offering sacrifices and paying a fee. The process was designed not only to honour Apollo, but to remind the petitioner that one did not casually stroll in to demand answers from a god. The whole experience was humbling, even intimidating. There were, of course, critics. Some philosophers argued that the oracle was manipulated by priests for political ends. Others scoffed at the vagueness of her answers, but even skeptics could not deny the oracle's enduring power. For centuries, Delphi was consulted by emperors, generals, and poets alike. Even Rome, practical and pragmatic, respected the sanctuary. Nero carried away many of its treasures, but the oracle itself lingered, whispering into the ears of those who came. Apollo's role as prophet extended beyond Delphi. He was also honoured at Didyma in Asia Minor, and at Claros, where oracles likewise spoke in his name. But Delphi remained supreme, the most famous conduit of divine will in the ancient world. Its reputation was such that the very phrase Delphic entered common speech, meaning enigmatic, ambiguous, mysterious, much like Apollo himself. It is worth noting that prophecy was not merely about foretelling the future. To the Greeks, it was also about establishing divine order. By consulting Apollo, mortals acknowledged their limits and affirmed their place within the cosmic design. The god of harmony, after all, did not only play the lyre, he played the strings of time itself, weaving past, present, and future into a single melody. Of course, one must imagine that Apollo sometimes grew weary of the constant questions. Shall I marry? Shall I go to war? Shall I plant olives this year? Mortals, it seems, never tire of asking for certainty. Perhaps that is why his answers were often cryptic, a gentle divine reminder that the future was not a puzzle to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. And so, as evening deepens, let us picture Delphi once more. The temple gleams in the fading sun. Pilgrims gather in hushed anticipation, and the Pythia, seated upon her tripod, breathes in the sacred vapours. Her voice rises, strange and trembling, words half hidden in mist. The priests lean close, shaping them into verse. Outside, a king waits, his heart heavy with ambition. He will leave with an answer, but whether it will guide him to triumph or ruin depends not on Apollo, but on how he understands the god's words. Apollo smiles, golden and inscrutable. For prophecy is not about removing the shadows of the future, but about teaching mortals to walk through them with humility. Apollo's story does not conclude neatly with the fading of Greek religion. Rather, like the rays of his sun chariot stretching across the earth, his influence carries on through centuries, cultures, and imaginations. To follow Apollo's legacy is to watch how mortals, ever inventive, reshape the radiant god into new forms: political, artistic, philosophical, even scientific. It is a journey not only of mythology, but of memory, of how an ancient figure survives by being constantly reinterpreted. And as we wander gently into this final chapter, let us take our time. For a tale of such longevity deserves to be unfolded slowly, like sunlight breaking over the horizon. When the Romans absorbed the Greek pantheon, most deities underwent translation. Zeus became Jupiter, Ares became Mars, Aphrodite Venus, but Apollo remained unchanged. The Romans, pragmatic though they were, decided that Apollo was already perfect as he was. His name, his myths, his beauty all remained intact. That in itself is remarkable. For a culture that often rebranded imported gods, Apollo was accepted wholesale, as though even Rome's stern generals agreed that here was a figure beyond improvement. His importance grew under the Emperor Augustus. The young ruler, emerging from the chaos of civil war, cast himself as chosen by Apollo, protected by the god of harmony and order. Augustus claimed victory at the Battle of Actium beneath Apollo's gaze, and in gratitude built a temple to him on the Palatine Hill. Statues and artworks multiplied, showing Augustus side by side with Apollo's likeness. It was a clever bit of political theatre. By aligning himself with the radiant god, Augustus suggested that his reign was sanctioned by divine light, that Rome's new order would shine with clarity and harmony. One imagines Apollo himself, half flattered, half exasperated, thinking, "I was once the slayer of monsters, and now I'm a campaign poster." Still, the Romans loved him. Apollo was invoked as a healer in times of plague, as a bringer of music in festivals, and as a seer whose oracles still spoke with uncanny authority. The sanctuary at Delphi retained its prestige well into the Roman era, visited by emperors and generals seeking counsel. And even as Christianity spread, Apollo lingered stubbornly in art and memory. His figure, symmetrical and radiant, had become less a religious presence than a universal symbol of youthful perfection. When the Middle Ages gave way to the Renaissance, Apollo reappeared in all his splendour. Scholars rediscovered Greek texts, artists studied ancient statues, and the god of light once again bathed Europe in his glow. The Apollo Belvedere, a Roman marble copy of a lost Greek bronze, became one of the most celebrated works of art in history. Unearthed in the late 15th century, it was hailed as the pinnacle of male beauty. Poets and critics swooned, declaring it the very embodiment of classical harmony. Johann Winckelmann, the great art historian of the 18th century, famously declared that gazing upon it was like seeing perfection itself. Some visitors, once suspects, lingered rather too long, hoping perhaps that Apollo's chiselled jawline might rub off on them. But Apollo was more than a marble idol. To Renaissance humanists, he symbolized the rebirth of knowledge. He was the patron of poetry, of music, of clarity of thought. Painters draped their canvases with images of Apollo riding across the heavens, or surrounded by the muses, as if to remind the viewer that creativity itself flowed from him. Musicians invoked him as the source of melody, poets as the light guiding their verses. Even as Christian Europe sought to reconcile faith with antiquity, Apollo slipped neatly into the role of divine inspiration. He had shed the trappings of pagan ritual and emerged as an emblem of art and intellect. The Enlightenment sharpened this transformation. Apollo became the god not of religion, but of reason. His light was equated with clarity, logic, and the pursuit of truth. Where Dionysus represented ecstasy, chaos, and wild abandon, Apollo stood for order, discipline, and rationality. Philosophers used these two gods as symbols of the opposing forces within human creativity. Nietzsche, writing in the 19th century, set Apollo and Dionysus as archetypes: the measured versus the passionate, the calm versus the frenzied. To understand art, he argued, was to understand this eternal tension. Apollo, once a mythic youth with bow and lyre, had become a philosophical concept, debated in lecture halls rather than temples. And still, he endured. When the modern age arrived, Apollo's name appeared in places unimaginable to the ancients. In the 20th century, he gave his name to the Apollo space program, humanity's bold leap beyond Earth. The symbolism was apt. Apollo, god of light, guiding humankind to touch the stars. Apollo 11 carried his name when Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon in 1969. It was, in a way, the furthest his rays had ever reached. Not sunlight streaming across the Earth, but the name of Apollo echoing through a radio transmission from another world. The Greeks might have been astonished, though perhaps they would have suggested a small offering before departure. After all, Apollo was known to punish arrogance, and one never knew when a bit of divine favour might come in handy. His presence lingers too in language. To call something Apollonian is to describe qualities of symmetry, order, beauty, and restraint. The term lives in psychology, literature, and art criticism. To this day, Apollo remains shorthand for golden youth, for music, for the calm light of reason that steadies human ambition. Even in popular culture, he slips in quietly. In novels, in operas, in paintings, in the quiet assumption that sunlight itself carries a certain ability. And yet, the myths themselves remind us that Apollo was never only golden. He was also sharp, vengeful, sometimes cruel. He punished those who slighted him, demanded respect from mortals, and knew the ache of unfulfilled love. This complexity is perhaps why his figure has lasted so long. Apollo is not a mere ornament of antiquity. He is a reflection of human aspiration and flaw alike. His beauty dazzles, but his shadows remind us that perfection, even divine perfection, carries edges. So what, then, is Apollo's true legacy? It is not merely in statues or stories, nor even in rockets that bore his name. His legacy lies in how humans continue to use him as a mirror, for art, for knowledge, for reason, for longing. He has become less a god to be worshipped than a symbol to be invoked. Whenever we celebrate clarity, harmony, or radiant beauty, Apollo stands silently in the background, bow lowered, lyre at rest, smiling faintly at the persistence of his memory. And as we draw this long journey to its end, imagine Apollo once more, standing at the horizon. The day fades, the sky a gentle wash of orange and violet. He holds his lyre, not to play, but simply to carry, as though the music itself has already filled the world. His gaze is steady, warm, touched with humour, as if to say, "You mortals never quite forget me, do you?" Perhaps he is right, for Apollo is not confined to antiquity. He lives in every note of music, in every pursuit of knowledge, in every sunrise that makes us pause in quiet awe. He lives in the balance we seek between chaos and order, in the light we turn toward when shadows grow long. He is less a god now than an idea, an eternal reminder of the beauty and clarity mortals long for. And so, dear listener, as sleep gathers around you, let Apollo's story rest gently in your mind. Let the bowstrings slacken, the lyre's notes fade, the chariot of the sun drifts slowly beneath the horizon. His tale has spanned centuries, empires, and imaginations, and still it shines softly here tonight. Apollo remains, radiant, enduring, forever guiding mortals with a light that never quite goes out. Before the pomegranate, before the underworld, before the earth yawned open like a mouth and swallowed a girl whole, there was peace. Quiet, gentle peace. The kind found in meadows when the grass is too long and no one has yet invented lawn mowers. This is where our story begins. Not with Hades, nor with death, but with Persephone, though at the time she was simply called Kor, the maiden, a girl of wild flowers, laughter, and untroubled steps. Her world was all surface, sunlight, green things, blossoms. It was a world without shadows, or at least none deep enough to worry about. She was the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of grain, harvest, and maternal overprotection. And like many overprotective mothers, Demeter had one very firm rule. Don't go near boys who live underground. A rule that will, as you'll come to learn, not age terribly well. Now, in the great family of the Olympians, Demeter is one of the older siblings. A daughter of the Titans Kronos and Rhea, she had seen the world reshaped by Zeus and the new order of gods. While her brothers chased thunder and war, she tended to life's quieter miracles. Wheat, barley, fruit that ripened slowly under the sun. The Greeks saw Demeter everywhere food was grown. Not in the feasts, mind you, those belonged to Dionysus and his merry hangovers, but in the silent, back-bent labour of planting, watering, harvesting. To them, Demeter was sacred in the simplest of gestures, a seed placed in soil, a loaf of bread broken in half, the promise that spring would come again. And Kor, her daughter, was spring made flesh, the blooming after winter, the innocence before knowledge. If Demeter was the field, Kor was the flower. It's important to pause here and say that Persephone didn't yet know she was Persephone. Names have power, especially in mythology. Kor was a placeholder of sorts. It simply meant maiden, a title more than a self. A figure unformed, potential waiting for experience. She was not yet queen of anything. She didn't rule the dead. She didn't even have a throne. She was a girl picking flowers with nymphs. And really, if you've ever spent time with nymphs, you'll know that's rarely the setting for wise decisions. The setting was Sicily, or sometimes Attica, or even nicer, depending on which poet you ask. But all versions agree there were flowers. Too many flowers, in fact. Violets, crocuses, narcissus, all blooming unnaturally bright. The ancient Greeks knew what this meant. You don't get that kind of floral extravagance without divine meddling, and divine meddling there was. Because somewhere deep below, beneath the soil and stones, Hades had been watching. Now don't recoil just yet. Hades was not the devil. He didn't twirl his moustache or cackle wickedly. In fact, the ancient Greeks didn't see him as evil at all. Unsmiling, yes. Stern, certainly. Not the sort you'd invite to a dinner party, but evil, number. He was a god of balance, of endings, of contracts kept and souls counted. His realm was orderly, predictable, which, in a chaotic pantheon like the Greek one, was no small feat. Still he was lonely. He ruled over countless shades, souls of the dead, but not one companion. No wife, no queen, not even a close friend. And so he did what many lonely individuals do in myths written by men. He asked his brother Zeus for dating advice. Zeus, who was not known for wisdom when it came to matters of love, or frankly matters of anything except throwing lightning bolts, suggested his niece Kor. This was, you'll note, a fairly standard arrangement in divine genealogy. Olympian family trees are less like trees and more like tangled wreaths with petals missing. Zeus gave his blessing. But crucially, he didn't tell Demeter. Whether out of oversight, strategy, or sheer cowardice, he'd left that little detail off the family group chat. So Hades waited. And the earth, his ally, waited too. Then one day, as Kor stooped to pick a particularly dazzling narcissus, a flower later associated with death, the ground beneath her split open. Not with a roar, not with chaos, but with a sudden, silent efficiency, like a trapdoor pulled by an expert stagehand. Hades emerged in his chariot of black horses, reached out and pulled her down. Just like that. No time for screams. No time for a goodbye. Only the echo of petals falling where she had stood. Now this might sound dramatic, and it was. But for the ancient Greeks, this wasn't just a story of kidnapping. It was a ritual metaphor. The earth takes what is sown. What blooms must also decay. Spring cannot exist without descent. In other words, this was less a crime report and more a cosmic lesson. Kor's fall was the beginning of her transformation. To go underground was to change, to grow, to gain depth. Still, try explaining that to Demeter. When Demeter realized her daughter was gone, she searched the world. Not figuratively, literally. Torches in hand, she wandered night and day. She questioned gods, mortals, winds, rivers. She even interrogated the sun, Helios, who, being incapable of minding his own business, had seen everything. Eventually she learned the truth. Her daughter had been taken by Hades, with Zeus's consent. This understandably did not go over well. Demeter's grief was not weeping in corners. It was not soft or poetic. It was fury and silence, withdrawal. She simply stopped. she withdrew her gifts from the earth. Grain ceased to grow. Orchards withered. Fields turned to dust. Nothing could flourish without the goddess's touch. The world began to starve. And suddenly, the gods, who generally enjoyed having worshippers who were not dead, took notice. Humans had stopped offering sacrifices. Altars were cold. Priests muttered nervously. Cities trembled. Zeus, suddenly recalling he was the one who permitted all this in the first place, decided that perhaps a compromise was in order. So he sent Hermes, the messenger god, down to the underworld with a politely worded message. Return the girl. Please. But meanwhile, beneath the earth, something else had begun to shift. Kor, no longer quite a girl, not yet a queen, was adjusting. Hades had given her a throne, a crown, a role. She had walked among the dead, seen their sorrows and listened to their silence. She had not forgotten the sky, nor her mother. But she had changed, as all people do when confronted with the deeper parts of themselves. The moment of return would hinge on one thing. Had she eaten anything while in the underworld? You see, the Greeks believed that eating the food of the dead bound you to their realm. Most souls didn't eat. They drifted. They mourned. They lingered in shades. But Persephone, yes, now we may begin to call her that, had eaten 6 seeds from a pomegranate offered by Hades. Not a feast, not a trick. Just 6 seeds. Just enough. Enough to mean she could never fully leave. Hermes delivered the news. Zeus, ever the negotiator when his own reputation was at risk, proposed a solution. Persephone would spend part of the year in the underworld with Hades, and part with her mother on Earth. A seasonal contract, if you will. No lawyers needed, just divine assent. Demeter reluctantly agreed. Hades predictably agreed, and Persephone, well, she had little choice, but she had also gained something unexpected. Agency, duality, a role in both life and death. Each year, when she rises from the underworld, the world bursts into bloom. Demeter rejoices, the trees awaken, the barley waves gently in warm winds. And each year, when she returns below, the leaves fall, the fields go quiet, and the earth sleeps. The myth, you see, was never just about loss or marriage. It was about rhythm, about the balance between growth and rest, between light and shadow. It was how the Greeks understood the seasons. But all of that is yet to come. For now, the earth is still cracking open. The horses are still galloping, and the maiden, Kor, is falling. Down into a kingdom she does not know. Into a story that will echo for thousands of years. Sleep now. Let the grasses bend in gentle wind. Let the wildflowers bloom in silence. Let the girl pick her blossoms, unknowing. And let the world hold its breath, just for a moment longer. The story has only just begun. Hades does not burst into the story with thunder. There are no fiery entrances, no chaos, no storm clouds billowing from behind his throne. If anything, his presence is more like a cool draft beneath a doorway. Always there, rarely noticed. But he was there, always, watching, waiting, and, as the Greeks believed, keeping things precisely as they ought to be. Not a villain, not a monster, but a god of balance. Let us begin properly. When the Titan Cronus swallowed his children to prevent being overthrown, as one does, he inadvertently created a legend. Hades, his third son, was consumed whole, along with his siblings, Hestia, Hera, Demeter, and Poseidon. It was Zeus the youngest who eventually forced Cronus to disgorge them and led the charge in the Great War known as the Titanomachy. After the Titans fell, the brothers drew lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon got the sea, and Hades, by chance or by fate, drew the underworld. It wasn't a punishment, though many have assumed it. It was a necessary realm, as old as the stars and twice as deep. Hades took to his role without complaint. While Zeus flung thunderbolts and Poseidon stirred tempests, Hades descended into his quiet kingdom. There was work to do after all. Death, unlike Olympus, did not wait, and it certainly did not gossip. The Greeks did not call it hell. That was a later invention. To them, the realm of Hades was simply the place all mortals went upon death. A sprawling, shadowed expanse beneath the earth, bordered by rivers ruled by silence. It was called Hades, like the god himself, a fact that led to no end of confusion in later storytelling. But the Greeks, practical as ever, referred to it with several names. Erebus, the place of darkness, Hades, the unseen realm, or simply the house of Hades. It wasn't punishment, not inherently. It was continuation. To enter the underworld, the soul had to cross a river. Not just any river, of course. There were 5 rivers in total. Styx, the river of oaths, black and binding. Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, for those who wished to forget their mortal lives. Acheron, the river of pain. Phlegethon, a river of fire, though no one swam in it, for obvious reasons. Cocytus, the river of wailing. And there, on the banks of one of these rivers, usually the Styx, waited Charon, the ferryman. Now Charon was not especially friendly. He was not especially chatty, but he was reliable. With a long beard and a longer oar, he ferried the dead across, 1 coin at a time. The fare? An obol placed in the mouth or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. No coin, no crossing. You'd be stuck wandering the shore, which was unpleasant, even for the dead. Once across the river, the soul came to the gates of the underworld, guarded by a rather enthusiastic creature. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog. Loyal, watchful, and deeply committed to the no-exits policy. Each of Cerberus's heads, the poets say, could see a different truth, past, present, and future. Though how he felt about belly rubs remains unrecorded. Still, few tried to pet him. Even fewer tried to sneak past. Now inside the underworld proper, the dead stood before 3 judges. Minos, once king of Crete. Rhadamanthus, known for his fairness. And Aeacus, guardian of the keys. They would assess the life of the soul. Good deeds, bad deeds, sacrifices offered, oaths broken. It all went into the judgment. From there, the soul would be assigned its afterlife. There were, broadly speaking, 3 destinations. The fields of Asphodel, a sort of neutral zone where most souls drifted. Neither punishment nor reward, just peaceful boredom. The Elysian Fields, a paradise for the virtuous, the heroic, and the poetically favoured. Tartarus, a shadowed pit for the wicked, or more often, for those who had annoyed Zeus. You'll note that the average soul didn't go to heaven or hell. They went to Asphodel, where they wandered in mist and silence, reminiscing about figs and wondering why no one left offerings anymore. All of this was Hades' domain. He didn't judge the dead. He didn't punish or praise. He simply ensured that once you entered, you remained. That order was kept. That laws, divine or mortal, were observed. In short, Hades was the administrator of the afterlife, and he took it seriously. Unlike his brothers, Hades did not flit about the mortal world having affairs. He rarely left his throne. He didn't meddle in wars or flirt with nymphs disguised as cattle. Instead, he governed quietly. He received offerings, burnt black animals, poured libations, the occasional wreath tossed into a chasm. Not many temples were built in his name, but those that did exist were solemn, deeply respected. He wasn't loved, but he was revered. Hades was often depicted as a dark-haired man with a full beard, stern of face, enthroned in black stone. His symbols: the bident, a two-pronged spear, not quite a trident, but no less sharp. The helm of invisibility, forged by the Cyclopes, which he had once used to sneak behind the Titans in war. And, eventually, a pomegranate, but that comes later. He was called Adoneus, the unseen one; Ploton, the wealthy one, not in gold, but in souls; Chthonios Zeus, the Zeus of beneath. Names that hinted at power without thunder, authority without spectacle. Hades had subjects too, not just the dead, but deities and spirits unique to his realm. Thanatos, the god of death; Hypnos, god of sleep, quietly lurking nearby, no doubt listening in now; the Erinyes, or Furies, spirits of vengeance; Hecate, goddess of witchcraft and crossroads, who travelled freely between realms; and of course Persephone, though she had not arrived yet. The underworld before her was complete, but not alive. Some said it was barren. Others said it was silver-lit, eerily beautiful, a place where time drifted like fog, where memory became more real than flesh. And there, at its heart, Hades ruled. Not with cruelty, not with affection, but with a kind of sombre respect for the order of things. He was not the bringer of death. He simply received it. And in this the Greeks found comfort. Unlike other deities, Hades did not demand praise. He did not grow jealous. He did not strike from the skies. He simply waited, as all ends wait. Now, one mustn't mistake his stillness for lack of feeling. When Persephone came, when the earth yawned and the girl arrived, Hades did not gloat. He did not boast. He made her a queen, offered her a throne beside his, gave her power, ritual, and domain, shared with her the burden of rulership. It was not romance, as modern tales like to pretend. It was reverence. Hades respected the sacred, and in Persephone he saw the sacred unveiled. Still, it was an unusual marriage. Even the gods were taken aback. Sun above, shadows below. Spring joined to stillness. It wasn't love as mortals knew it, but it was something stronger than possession. It was permanence. And so, from that moment on, Hades ruled not alone, but with a consort, one who would bring balance not only to his realm, but to the world above. With her arrival, his kingdom changed. Softer, perhaps. Sharper, certainly. And when she left, he waited. When she returned, he welcomed her without question. He understood cycles. He governed them. Sleep now. Let the river Styx flow quietly past. Let the mists of asphodel swirl like dreams. Let Cerberus lie at the gates, one head snoring, one half watching, and the other dreaming of bones. The king of the underworld is seated still, his bident at rest. And though all things pass, he endures. It began, as such things often do, with a flower. Not just any flower, mind you. This was a narcissus. Not the kind admired by vain young men leaning over reflective pools, but the kind that didn't belong. Too bright for the season. Too symmetrical. Fragrant in a way that suggested meddling. It grew in the middle of an otherwise ordinary meadow, like an afterthought planted by fate. It should have been a warning. But Kore, daughter of Demeter, had not yet learned to be suspicious. She was not yet Persephone, queen of the underworld. She was still the maiden, the blossom gatherer, the girl in spring. She had risen early that morning, as she often did, when the dew was still thick on the grass, and the air was soft with birdsong. Her companions, the oceanids, nymphs of the sea and running streams, fluttered around her like errant butterflies. Woven baskets looped over their arms. Their laughter echoed through the valley like wind chimes in a temple courtyard. They bent to pick crocuses, hyacinths, irises, all the usual suspects. And then Kor saw the narcissus. It stood a little apart, as if waiting. She stepped toward it, basket on her arm, skirts brushing the wet grass, and the earth split open. Now it didn't happen dramatically, not in the theatrical sense. No cracks zigzagged toward the horizon, no screams, no apocalypse. The Greeks, who appreciated good symbolism, preferred subtlety. The earth yawned open with slow precision, like a door carefully unlatched, and from it emerged a chariot, dark as volcanic glass, drawn by 4 black horses, their hooves hissing against stone, and their breath curling white in the morning air. Hades, king of the underworld, sat at the reins. He did not look monstrous. No horns, no fiery eyes. He was grave, still, composed, like an ancient law carved into stone. A god of order, not chaos, and he reached for her. Some say he seized her. Others claim she barely resisted, that she hesitated, that her hand trembled but didn't pull back. Whatever the truth, Kor vanished, drawn into the chariot. The earth closed behind her like a sigh, leaving only a flutter of petals. The meadow was silent. The narcissus remained. Now, what happened next depends on who's telling the story. To some, this was abduction. To others, it was initiation. The ancient Greeks often blurred the line between marriage and conquest. In many wedding rituals, the bride was taken from her family home, a ceremonial abduction echoing the divine precedent. In this sense, Kor's descent wasn't only a kidnapping, it was a rite of passage. Back on the surface, Demeter knew something was wrong. Mothers do, she called for her daughter. No answer. She asked the nymphs, who wrung their hands and avoided her gaze. She searched the fields, the mountains, the coastlines. With torches in both hands, she wandered through the night, disguised as an old woman. The goddess of grain became a grieving stranger, knocking on doors, questioning the wind. Days passed, then weeks, then months, and the world began to change. Demeter's absence from Olympus went largely unremarked at first. Gods were often moody, but mortals began to notice something far worse. The crops stopped growing, the earth hardened, fruit withered, the fields lay barren. Winter, not as a season but as a consequence, descended. Temples emptied, sacrifices ceased. Humanity, faced with starvation, had no breath left for praise. And so the gods grew uneasy. Mortals were their lifeblood. Worshippers, builders of temples, singers of hymns. If the humans perished, so too would their influence. Zeus, as usual, had a hand in the mess. He had, it seems, sanctioned Hades' abduction of Kor. A quiet arrangement between brothers. A convenient way to marry off a daughter without all the social fuss. Now he regretted it. With the world wilting and Demeter refusing to relent, he sent Hermes, swift-footed, quick-witted, to negotiate. Down to the underworld the messenger flew, passing the gates of shadow, past the barking of Cerberus, through corridors lined with bones and silence. There, in the heart of Hades' realm, sat Kor. But she was not Kor anymore. She had changed. The underworld does that. It doesn't corrupt, it clarifies. Down there, masks are removed. Pretenses rot away. What remains is essence. and what remained in her was strength. Hades had given her a throne, a realm, a name, Persephone. He treated her not as a captive, but a queen, gave her power, offered her a crown of jet and garnet, and she, in return, brought spring into shadow, her presence softening even the edges of death. She was no longer a flower picker. She was a ruler. When Hermes arrived, she did not rise eagerly, nor did she weep. She listened. The message, return, or the world above will perish. Her reply, she will go. And yet, as she rose, a complication emerged, quite literally. Hades asked, in a voice quieter than usual, if she had eaten anything during her stay. She hesitated, and then admitted yes, a handful of pomegranate seeds, 6 to be precise. In Greek thought, this was no small thing. Eating the food of the dead bound you to the realm, symbolically, ritually, eternally. Why did she eat them? Scholars debate. Some say Hades tricked her. Others believe it was an accident. Still others, and they tend to be the quietest, suspect she did it on purpose, to ensure she could return. Whatever the truth, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother and part below with her husband. 6 months of growth, 6 of sleep. Thus were the seasons born. But let's return for a moment to the girl in the meadow. When Kor reached for that flower, she wasn't just beginning a myth. She was enacting a ritual. The Greeks saw this story not just as entertainment, but as instruction. In the Eleusinian mysteries, secret rites held outside Athens, initiates learned the tale of Demeter and Persephone as a sacred truth. What happened in those rites remains unknown. The participants swore oaths, and remarkably they kept them. But the purpose was clear. To understand death, not as an end, but as a journey. Persephone was the guide. The maiden who went down and returned. Changed, yes, but not lost. She taught that descent is not always defeat, that darkness can be survived, and that transformation, though painful, can be divine. Even today her name lingers. Persephone, she who brings destruction. Or perhaps she who brings light through shadow. A paradox wrapped in a crown. She is spring and shadow, flower and queen, death and renewal. In the myth's quietest moments, we find its sharpest truths. Persephone, sitting on her throne, fingers stained red from pomegranate. Demeter, pressing seeds into the furrows of a frozen field. Hermes, walking between worlds, whistling through his teeth. Even Hades, alone on his obsidian dais, holding both love and silence in his hands. This was no simple tale of abduction. It was a map, a guide for navigating life's underworlds. We all go down, eventually, into grief, into uncertainty, into change. What matters is how and whether we come back. Persephone did. Every spring, the earth remembers. The buds unfurl. The wheat begins to rise. The narcissus blooms again, suspiciously early. And Demeter, for a time, smiles. Because the story is not a tragedy. It is a cycle, a rhythm. It is, in its own strange way, a comfort. The Greeks knew something we forget, that even the gods pass through shadow. That descent does not mean abandonment. That rebirth requires loss. And that sometimes the line between girl and queen is drawn in seeds and silence. Sleep now. Let the field settle. Let the earth rest. Let the horses gallop beneath the soil. Let the goddess turn her face to the sun. She will go down again, but not today. Today she walks, and the world blooms behind her. The day Persephone vanished, the world began to lose colour. Not all at once, not dramatically, but subtly. The grass held its green a little less brightly. The flowers, those lavish gifts of Demeter's goodwill, drooped as if uncertain of their own purpose. Somewhere a harvest failed quietly, somewhere else another, and then another. The rhythm of the earth was shifting, but it would take days before mortals noticed, and even longer before the gods began to worry. Demeter noticed at once. She always did. She felt it not with her divine senses, but in that ancient, unexplainable way a mother knows. She felt it in the air when Kor was not where she ought to be, and no whisper of her footfall echoed through the meadows. The girl's laughter no longer skipped across the olive groves. Something had gone wrong. The gods, as they often did, remained silent. Demeter waited for an answer that never came. So she descended into the realm of mortals, not as a deity astride golden clouds, but in disguise, cloaked in grief. Her bare feet touched the same soil that farmers tilled and children played on, and it no longer responded to her presence. It remained silent. The wind did not bow to her. The wheat did not lean in curiosity. The ground was sullen, holding its secrets. For 9 days she wandered. No food passed her lips. No rest came to her eyes. She carried torches, one in each hand, moving through dusk and dawn as though time itself had lost meaning. She scoured valleys, haunted orchards, called to rivers and trees, even asked the wind, "Where is my daughter?" But the world said nothing. The world knew, and it kept its silence. There are accounts that she came upon Hecate, the goddess of crossroads and thresholds, and together they turned to Helios, the sun, for clarity. And the sun, always watching, reluctantly spoke. It was Hades, the lord of the underworld, who had taken Persephone with Zeus's quiet approval. The sky had bargained away the spring to the dark beneath the earth. Demeter, upon hearing this, did not rage in fire or storm. Her fury was colder, it was withdrawal. She turned inward, and the earth followed. She travelled to Eleusis, a small town near the Aegean coast, a humble place with farmers and wells, and nothing particularly divine about it. She sat by a well in the guise of an old woman. She called herself Doso. Her face was veiled, her posture weary. And yet, even cloaked in sorrow, she drew attention. The daughters of the local king, Celeus, found her there and, taking pity, invited her into their home. There, Doso was made nursemaid to the king's infant son, Demophoon. She loved him, as only someone who had lost a child could. She decided to make him immortal, not out of arrogance or a desire to interfere with mortal affairs, but from grief. Her method, however, was unconventional. Each night she anointed the baby with ambrosia, the food of the gods, and placed him into the hearth fire, the way one might temper steel. Fire, in her view, would burn away his mortality, make him strong, pure, ageless. On the night it nearly worked, the queen walked in. The sight of her child in the flames provoked the expected response: screams, panic, accusation. Demeter, startled from her work, rose and revealed herself in divine glory. The veil fell. Her form blazed golden and terrible, and the walls of the palace shook with her voice. She told them who she was. She demanded they build her a temple, and so they did. Demeter took up residence in this temple and refused to let the world grow. This was her protest. No wheat sprouted. No barley ripened. No olive tree bore fruit. The vines shriveled, the soil cracked, the rivers receded into brooding silence. Animals, sensing the famine, thinned and scattered. Offerings to the gods ceased. Altars stood cold. The temples of Olympus, once fragrant with incense and full of song, grew quiet. The humans had nothing left to give. The gods noticed finally. Zeus, alarmed, sent emissaries. Iris, fleet-footed and luminous, carried words of comfort and negotiation. Demeter refused. Hermes, ever the smooth-tongued messenger, followed. Still no, she would not return the earth to its rhythm until her daughter was returned to her. It became clear to all the gods that this was not merely a maternal tantrum. This was the world grinding to a halt. Demeter held the heartbeat of the land, and she had placed her hand over its pulse. Unless Kor came back, mortals would die. And if mortals died, who would tend the altars? Who would worship the gods? Zeus begrudgingly relented. He sent Hermes to the underworld to retrieve Persephone. Meanwhile, Persephone had changed. In those shadowed halls, something in her had matured. She walked the corridors with measured step. She sat beside Hades in silence, sometimes speaking, sometimes not. She had eaten of the pomegranate, not out of hunger, not out of rebellion, but out of something more subtle. Curiosity, perhaps. Or perhaps acceptance. She ate 6 seeds. They were small, red, bittersweet. They glistened like garnets and burst between her teeth with the taste of inevitability. In the underworld, food is never just food. To eat is to stay. To taste is to belong. That was the rule. When Hermes arrived, Persephone rose to greet him. Her steps echoed in the stone chamber. She smiled, but her smile was thoughtful. She knew why he had come. Hades stood beside her. He said little. He did not plead. He simply said that Persephone had eaten of his realm, that she was no longer a visitor. She was part of it. A compromise was reached, a division of time. For 6 months of the year, Persephone would dwell in the light with her mother, and for 6 months she would return to the shadows and rule beside Hades. This was not punishment, it was balance. When Persephone returned to the surface, Demeter ran to her. The reunion was not quiet. The ground itself bloomed. Trees burst into leaf. Rivers swelled with fresh current. Birds sang wildly. Grains pushed through the earth as if pulled by joy itself. But when Demeter learned of the seeds, her joy dimmed slightly. There would be separation. Again and again, every year. Spring and summer would be hers. Autumn and winter would take her away. The wheel would turn. The earth would sleep and wake, over and over, with the cycle of a mother's sorrow and a daughter's return. This, the ancients said, is how we got the seasons. It was not merely an agricultural myth. It was an emotional truth. Loss is cyclical. Absence returns. Grief, once planted, does not vanish. It changes shape, becomes ritual, becomes weather. At Eleusis, where Demeter had mourned, a new tradition began. The Eleusinian Mysteries. A secret rite. A festival to honour the descent and return of Persephone. Those who took part in the mysteries were promised a deeper understanding of life and death. They fasted. They walked from Athens to Eleusis by torchlight. They whispered secrets, passed objects, drank sacred brews, saw things that could not be written down. The rites were never fully revealed. Not once in all the centuries they endured. Even the Roman emperors, even Christian polemicists could not pry them open. But what we do know is this. Those who emerged from the mysteries no longer feared death. To know Demeter's grief and Persephone's return was to know something eternal. A rhythm that went beyond tombstones and pyres. A rhythm that said, nothing is gone forever. In this myth, Demeter is not the goddess of crops alone. She is the goddess of waiting, of mourning, of empty places at the table, of rooms gone quiet. She is the guardian of grief, and in that role, she is perhaps more comforting than all the others. She does not demand cheerfulness. She does not offer false hope. She waits, and in her waiting, the earth finds meaning. Persephone too becomes something else. No longer Kor, the maiden. She is a queen now, not by crown, but by journey. She has gone where few would willingly tread, and returned. That is her power. She is not the helpless daughter. She is the bridge between above and below. She is descent and return, loss and reunion, stillness and motion. The myth endures because it reflects something we all know. That love, even divine love, cannot shield us from loss. That there is a time for blooming and a time for going underground. That we must all, at some point, eat the pomegranate seeds and learn to live in more than one world. And so the world withers and then revives. The fields go bare and then bloom. The wheel turns, the sun tilts. The silence of winter becomes the whisper of spring. Even now, if you listen, you can hear it. The rustle of stalks breaking through snow. The sigh of Demeter watching the road. The echo of a torchlit procession heading back to the surface. Sleep now. Not as the dead sleep, but as Persephone does, knowing that you will return. That the dark is not the end, but part of the pattern. That even below the earth, things still stir. And if you dream tonight of torchlight and flowers, of grain and stone, know that you've walked a path that's been walked for thousands of years. Slowly, steadily, in silence, and always home again. Imagine a world beneath your feet, dark, still, vast. A world without wind or weather, where rivers flow in silence and stones absorb time, like ink on parchment. This is the realm of the underworld, the domain of Hades. And it is here that Persephone, once Kor the maiden, must now adapt. We have seen her thrust into this shadowed kingdom by her mother's grief and her husband's will. We have heard of her eating the pomegranate seeds, binding her fate to darkness. Now, let us step inside the house of Hades and walk through its silent halls with her. Persephone's first moments beneath the earth were filled with disorientation. One moment, she stood beneath a bloom-laden sky. The next, she fell through darkness into a stillness so deep it seemed to swallow even the notion of sound. When she came to, she found herself in a vast hall of black marble, column stretching upward into unseen shadow. The air was cool but not cold. It felt like standing near a river at night, enveloped in calm, subdued depth. The faint glow of torchlight reflected off polished stone, illuminating silent corridors that stretched like veins into the earth. In that moment, she understood how different this place was. There were no birds singing, no wind in the leaves, no sunlight or shadows dancing. Instead, there was quiet, an almost living hush that pressed gently against her ears and held her thoughts. Hades did not greet her with ceremony or fanfare. He stood in the hall, quiet and composed, when she emerged from her descent. His cloak was dark as storm-tossed night. His expression reserved, not hostile. There was sadness in his eyes, but also firmness. He offered her a seat upon a throne carved of onyx. The seat's back was high and straight, its arms cool under her fingers. There were no cushions for comfort here. This was a place of solemnity after all. In that austere moment, he spoke her name, Persephone. A breath of air passed between them, a recognition. He was her husband, she was his queen, a pact had been made. He saw not a frightened girl, but someone who had eaten seeds from his table. Someone bound to this realm, and yet not yet fully fledged. She had power here, but she also carried absence, for she could no longer fully claim either kingdom. Hades led her through the underworld, first to the Hall of Judgment, where shades stood and waited. Some edged along in silence. Others murmured softly to each other, perhaps exchanging news of mortality's illusions. Still more drifted like memories without faces or names. They stood before the judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus, stern but not cruel. If they had cares about accuracy, it would show only in small things. A furrow of concern, a tilting of head, a nod of solemn acquiescence. Persephone watched, uneasy. The dead were not alive, but they were present. Much more present than she had been above. Gradually she understood this realm was not a prison. It was an afterlife of shapes and memories. No flowers but echoes. No laughter but recollection. No storms but inevitability. Hades showed her the underworld's rivers. They were few in number but vast in implication. Styx, where oaths were cemented. Its black waters flowed still, shimmering under torchlight. Hades told her no vow made on its banks could be broken, not even by gods. Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. He explained that some souls drifted through it to forget their mortal lives, though most clung to memory, as if it were the only proof of their existence. Acheron, river of pain and grief, quiet now, but heard in your bones as a low, sorrowful current. Phlegethon, a river of fire. Not for those who swam in it, but for those who had transgressed so deeply that even remembrance could not reach them. Cocytus, the river of lamentation, where shades wept silently, their tears falling into mirrors of regret. Persephone stood at each bank, dipping a finger, feeling the truth of each river pressing into her consciousness. They were not threats, they were records. At the threshold of deeper chambers, she encountered Cerberus, the three-headed hound. He lay sleeping across the entrance, heads resting on paws, one eye half open, another closed, another blinking drowsily. He did not threaten her. He merely sighed, a low rumble echoing through the corridor. 3 heads, 3 visions. Past, present, future, or, perhaps, memory, duty, and destiny. Persephone paused, placing a gentle hand on the fur of one head. The dog stirred, sniffed, then surrendered to sleep again. There was no gatekeeping beyond that. The dog was not guardian of prisoners, but keeper of order. It was then she realized, in the underworld, barriers existed not to keep her in, but to keep chaos out. She was learning that restraint was not cruelty, it was balance. One evening, Hades invited her to dine, not on sumptuous feasts, but share in the daily rituals of rulership. A marble table was set, each place laid with simple silverware. Wine was poured, dark, potent, subtly sweet. Bread was offered, dense and plain. Olives, figs preserved in honey, and small dishes of barley steeped in herbs. There was no conversation at first. They sat across from each other, each alone with their thoughts. In the silence, Hades spoke. "This is your first banquet as my queen. The dead eat no more, but the living must." She offered him a seed of pomegranate, 2 halves, one for above, one for below. He declined, but turned it over in his hand, a silent symbol of shared duty. They ate. She found the taste comforting in its earthiness. Not sweetness, not bitterness. Something between something calm, something real. There, in that quiet hall beneath the earth, she realized it was not only about being taken, it was also about being chosen. In time, Persephone began performing rituals of her own. She walked the corridors daily, stopping before small altars to Hecate, the Furies, and Tartarus's thresholds. She poured libations, wine, water, honey, after her morning returns from the surface. Each ritual was a statement. I remember. I respect. I accept. She sprinkled black poppy petals on the floor, symbol of sleep and death, in small bowls at each altar, and let them spread in delicate patterns. The poppy was a reminder of endurance, of rest, of the necessary stillness of endings. In the torchlit gloom, her figure was reflected in obsidian relief, quiet, composed, transformatively regal. It was not long before shades approached her for judgment or solace. A mother whose child died too soon. A scholar whose knowledge was forgotten. A soldier who felt no honour in death. They knelt before her. She listened. She offered soft words. The shades called her Queen Persephone, their voice ghost-soft, echoing like wind in empty halls. She accepted each petition, offering empathy, not pity precisely, but presence. Hades, watching from his seat, seemed no less ruler for this. He observed quietly. Occasionally he spoke, reminding them, justice, not pity. The two of them together, stillness and memory, order and mercy, shaped the underworld. Persephone's arrival did not soften Hades. It completed him. Weeks turned into months. The seasons passed overhead, felt in her absence and presence. She spent half the year above, spring and summer, singing with Demeter, tending the barley, letting flowers bloom around her skirts. And half the year below, autumn and winter, seated beside Hades, judging, listening, maintaining boundary and order. The underworld did not bring her joy in a conventional sense, but it offered purpose. It offered understanding. It offered a deeper self. As she grew into her role, a sovereign in darkness, her shape changed. Her robes were trimmed with silver. Her crown of flowers became a circlet of obsidian. Her laugh was softer, quieter, spent in private chambers perhaps, but still there. Now, as we near sleep's edge, we see Persephone not as a lost maiden, nor a captive, nor a tragic figure. We see her as a mediator, someone who exists between worlds, someone who remembers both sunlight and shadow. In the house of Hades, she is more than queen. She is a covenant, a living promise that life and death need not be enemies, but partners in a grand design. She has bound herself to darkness, yet learned its purpose. She has tasted what lies below, yet kept her roots above. In that balance lies the true heart of her story. Sleep now, dear listener. Imagine the faint echo of footsteps in a marble hall. A soft torch glowing, never blazing. A queen seated not in splendour, but in quiet authority. A realm that endures, not in noise, but in deep, slow resilience. For it is only by entering the underworld that we can understand the full measure of our days above. In stories, it's always something small that changes everything. A misplaced whisper, a dropped letter, a forgotten promise, or, in this case, a pomegranate seed. Not even a full fruit, mind you. Just 6 of its red, glistening seeds. That's all it took to alter the path of gods and mortals alike. They were juicy, bitter-sweet little things. Slightly tart, oddly fragrant, bursting with colour and consequence. And when Persephone ate them, whether by accident or curiosity or quiet resolve, she did something the gods could not undo. To understand why such a tiny act could bind a goddess, you must understand what food meant in the ancient world, not only to the living, but to the dead. Eating was never just a matter of sustenance, it was a declaration. To eat in a place was to accept its laws. To share bread was to establish trust. To take a bite was, in a way, to sign a contract, especially in the realm of Hades. In the mortal world, guests were protected by rules of hospitality. Zeus himself presided over such matters. To feed someone was to make them part of your household, even for a moment. In the underworld, that custom became even more binding. There was no casual snacking in the land of the dead. To consume was to commit. And Persephone, knowingly or not, crossed the threshold. The pomegranate was not chosen at random. Of all fruits, it carried layers of meaning. To the Greeks, it was a symbol of fertility and death all at once. A fruit of blood-red colour, bursting with seeds that promised new life, yet closed inside a shell like a tomb. It ripened late in the season, a herald of autumn. Its presence in myth was never casual. Some say Persephone was tricked, that Hades offered the seeds when he learned she might leave. Others suggest she took them of her own volition. No one quite agrees. The Homeric hymn to Demeter claims she was given them secretly. Later versions grant her more agency, hinting she made a choice, perhaps to remain, perhaps to ensure her independence from her mother, perhaps simply because she had grown used to the silence of the underworld and no longer feared it. Whatever the truth, the effect was the same. She became part of the realm below. She had tasted its food, and so she belonged to it. The gods of Olympus may have argued about justice and motherhood and divine protocol, but the underworld abided by older rules, older than the Olympians themselves. When Demeter learned of this, her joy at Persephone's return dimmed. She embraced her daughter, wept into her hair, held her as though to anchor her to the soil. But Persephone could not stay. She had been claimed by what she had eaten, not by chains, not by force, but by seed and ritual. Demeter raged, then wept, then bargained. A compromise was forged, hammered out like bronze on divine anvils. Persephone would spend a part of the year below, part above. 6 months in the land of the dead. 6 months in the arms of her mother. Thus began the seasons. When Persephone returned each spring, Demeter allowed the fields to bloom. The world stirred. Crops pushed up from the soil, reaching for the sun. The air warmed, birds sang, the winds danced. But when Persephone descended again, the earth grieved. Leaves fell, days shortened. The harvest was gathered in final tribute. Winter was the waiting. The ancients believed this story explained not only the cycle of agriculture, but also something deeper. They saw in the seed a metaphor for human fate. All of us, they believed, eat something of the underworld before our time. We taste sorrow, or loss, or longing. And in that moment we become dual beings, creatures of both light and shadow, bound to joy and to the inevitable pull of endings. Persephone's 6 seeds were not just a legal tether, they were the moment of her transformation. No longer called a maiden, no longer merely a daughter. She was now someone who had seen both sides of existence. She became, in a sense, the first to die and yet not remain among the dead. She went willingly to the realm where no god chose to dwell, and she returned. And that made her more powerful than before. Even among mortals, the idea that what you eat can define you is ancient. There were foods reserved for sacred rituals, foods avoided in mourning, foods used to mark passage from one life stage to another. To abstain or to consume was never neutral. It always meant something. The Greeks fasted during mourning and broke the fast to honour the return of the soul. Wine was poured to honour the dead. Bread was broken to celebrate the living. The Eleusinian mysteries, those sacred rites held in honour of Demeter and Persephone, were built around this idea. The initiates fasted, then drank a sacred barley drink called kykeon. It was no delicacy, grain, mint, water, but in its simplicity it echoed the agricultural rhythm of the world. They symbolically reenacted Persephone's journey, descending into darkness and emerging again, changed. Even in the Roman period, the symbolism of food in funerary practices endured. Offerings were placed in graves. Feasts were held near tombs. There was a belief that the dead hungered, not for meat or fruit, but for memory, for communion. The act of eating near the grave was a way of including the departed in the life they had left. In the pomegranate, the ancients saw all this: the sweet ache of remembrance, the promise of return, the price of experience. The image of Persephone, seated in the underworld, red juice staining her fingers, is not one of defeat. It is one of complexity. She is not mourning. She is not rejoicing. She is simply becoming. The underworld is not cruel to her. It is still deliberate, ancient. In it, she finds not punishment, but purpose. Hades himself is a quiet figure in this moment. No longer the abductor, he is the keeper of law. He does not gloat, does not leer, does not restrain her. He reminds her, perhaps gently, perhaps gravely, that to eat here is to stay. He speaks not as a husband, but as a ruler. The contract is made not with him, but with the realm itself. She cannot be unbound. She can only divide her time. Even among the gods this pact held. Zeus, mighty as he was, could not overrule the food of the dead. No thunderbolt could strike the seeds from her stomach. What had been consumed remained consumed. What had been joined could not be unjoined. This was not a punishment, but a principle, one that even Olympus respected. In some later versions of the myth, Persephone's 6 months are not a punishment, but a duty. She goes below not as a prisoner, but as a queen. She chooses to rule beside Hades, to govern the realm of the dead with wisdom and compassion. Her time above becomes renewal. Her time below becomes reflection. The pomegranate seed becomes not a shackle, but a crown. The act of eating itself becomes a rite of passage. Before the seed, she was passive. After, she acts. Before things happen to her. After, she makes things happen. The fruit is a hinge upon which the myth turns. In daily life, the ancients understood this instinctively. Meals were not merely nourishment. They were moments of decision. Sharing a loaf of bread, a cup of wine, could mark the beginning of alliances or betrayals. Contracts were sealed with salt. Oaths were made over meals. Even now, when we eat with someone, there is a kind of ritual involved, an unspoken agreement of presence, of attention, of recognition. In the myth, the pomegranate is all these things: a sacrament, a surrender, a seal. And what of Persephone herself? Did she regret it? Did she savour the seeds? We are not told. The myths do not speak of her feelings in great detail. They leave space. They allow for silence. But there is something deeply human in the image of a young woman, surrounded by gods and laws and expectations, making a small, irreversible choice. One act, one taste, and then everything changes. In that moment, she aligns herself not with Olympus, but with the rhythm of the world. She chooses not to remain untouched, but to be shaped. The seeds enter her mouth, and she becomes someone who knows both life and death. Someone who carries spring in one hand and autumn in the other. Even today, pomegranates are offered on altars to the dead, their seeds scattered on graves. their juice poured in remembrance. The fruit remains a quiet symbol, not flashy, not boastful, but steady. A reminder of a deal made in silence, a gesture that echoes across millennia. As you drift now, deeper into stillness, imagine Persephone seated on a dark throne, torchlight flickering on stone walls. In her hand a split pomegranate. Its seeds glint like drops of garnet. She holds it without fear. She knows what it means. She has made her peace with its taste. There is no tragedy here, only balance. 6 seeds, 6 months, 6 gestures of becoming. The world turns. The shadows lengthen. The spring waits. Sleep. There are few who walk the boundary. Fewer still who belong to both sides of a line, and yet are trapped by neither. Persephone, the daughter of sky and earth, became something more than either intended. Shpi became a hinge between worlds, a queen in sunlight and a queen in shadow. Her power, strangely enough, did not lie in violence or divine spectacle. It lay in passage, in her ability to descend and return, to rule one world while never forgetting the other. The ancients never imagined their gods as all-seeing or all-loving. They imagined them as powerful, yes, but tangled, capable of beauty, rage, jealousy, and quiet acts of grace. Persephone's reign is not marked by thunderbolts or songs of conquest. It is marked by seasons, by cycles, by patience. She governs the underworld not as a tyrant, but as a presence, unshaken, still, familiar with sorrow but unbroken by it. Her realm is not just one of death. It is of memory, of judgment, of quiet continuance. Persephone's court has no trumpet fanfare, no marble steps dusted with rose petals. Her throne is carved from obsidian and polished until it gleams like still water. The torchlight plays along its surface, casting reflections that flicker like thoughts half remembered. She does not sit in isolation. Hades is beside her, though rarely does he speak unless he must. This is her domain as much as his, and perhaps more. She learned its contours over time, not quickly, not in a day. First, she observed, the way the shades moved or didn't, how the rivers whispered and the stones remembered. She watched the judges weigh souls and wondered what made one life nobler than another. She heard the weeping near Lethe and the silence near the gates of Tartarus. There were patterns here. There were rules older than Olympus. She came to understand that the underworld was not a place of punishment by default. It was a place of reckoning, a place of truths that could not be silenced. Here the past did not vanish. It echoed, and she listened. Over time, the shades came to her, not with cries for justice, but with questions. A soldier wondering if his cause had mattered. A mother searching for a child lost in a plague. A poet who feared his words had died with him. She did not always answer. Sometimes she simply sat with them. Sometimes she reached out her hand and offered stillness. They called her queen not out of fear, but out of recognition. She was not one of them, but she had walked where they now walked. She had eaten of the same fruit. She understood. Her presence brought a change, not in the geography of the underworld, but in its texture. Where once there had only been resignation, now there was ritual. The dead began to mark her arrival. They lit oil lamps in her honour. They traced her name on urns. They placed poppy seeds at the mouths of caves, hoping to gain her attention. She did not demand worship, yet they gave it. And yet her reign was not unbroken. Each year, when the time came, she rose again. The first breath above ground was always sharp, too bright, too noisy, too alive. But then she would hear her mother's voice and the earth would begin to move. Demeter would greet her with tears and barley offerings. The fields which had lain dormant would stir. Shoots of green would push upward, tentative and then joyful. The air would carry warmth again. Animals would emerge from hollows. Birds would sing not out of habit but out of recognition. Persephone had returned, and the world knew it. Above ground, she was not merely a daughter restored. She was an embodiment of renewal. Her steps across the land were marked by blossoms. Not lavish, artificial ones, but delicate wildflowers, pushing through soil, leaning toward her with reverence. She spent time among the olive groves, the orchards, the grain fields. Not because she needed to, but because it was part of the rhythm. She brought with her the memory of stillness, and with it a deeper appreciation of life. Mortals told stories of spotting her in spring, hair dark as night, crown made not of gold, but woven herbs and petals, walking with bare feet through a grove. She rarely spoke, but when she did, her words had weight. She never wasted them on pleasantries. She asked how the harvests fared. She listened to songs. She blessed marriages and births. She smiled at bees. And yet she never stayed. There was always the return, 6 months only. Then the seed would call her back. Not loudly, not cruelly, just a quiet gravity in her chest, a knowing, the way autumn begins with a breeze that smells of endings. No one forced her to go. She simply understood that balance demanded it. Each descent became a ritual. She would walk to the edge of a cave. The air would grow cooler. She would pause, then step in. The darkness would close behind her, not like a trap, but like a door that had waited. Hades never greeted her with fanfare. Sometimes he was at the gate, sometimes in the hall. He never asked questions. He simply extended his hand. She would take it, not always warmly, but always deliberately. He was not her captor now. He was her counterpart. He ruled the bones. She ruled the memory. Their court became known for quiet justice. Not mercy necessarily, but understanding. The souls who came there did not expect pardon, but they expected fairness. Persephone saw them as they were, and as they had been. She did not forget. She kept a garden, even underground. Not of roses or lilies, but of asphodel, poppies, and pale narcissus. Flowers that did not need sunlight. They grew in silence, fed by memory. She tended them herself. No nymphs, no servants. Just her and the soil. Sometimes she would pluck a flower and place it on the path of a wandering soul. A sign. No one quite knew what it meant, but it mattered. The other gods did not interfere. They kept their thrones, their dramas, their temples. Persephone rarely visited Olympus. She did not seek grandeur. She had no chariot of lightning, no spear of war. Her power was quieter, more enduring. When mortals prayed to her, they did so not with shouts but with whispers. They prayed to her for peace in death, for dreams of loved ones lost, for strength to endure winter, for the safe return of what was precious. In the Eleusinian mysteries, she was honoured alongside Demeter. The initiates walked in torchlit silence, enacting the descent and the return. They drank the sacred barley drink and waited for the moment when light returned. What they saw, they never said, but they emerged changed. They no longer feared death. That, they said, was Persephone's gift. Her story did not end in triumph or tragedy. It continued quietly across centuries. Artists painted her not always in darkness, but in twilight. Poets spoke of her not as a victim, but as a presence. A queen not of one realm, but of two. And what of her feelings? Did she love Hades? Did she long for the surface? The myths leave space. They do not say. Perhaps she grew fond of him. Perhaps not. Perhaps she was content to belong only to herself. What is clear is this. She made the underworld bearable, not by softening its edges, but by honouring its truths. She did not turn it into Olympus beneath the ground. She preserved its silence, its reflection, its dignity. She became the face the dead saw last, and the name the living whispered first when the cold set in. They did not fear her, they turned to her. Even now, some say, she walks the boundaries. A shadow across a garden path, a flicker in a mirror, a presence behind a dream. She is neither wholly here nor there. She is transition itself. In autumn, as the leaves curl and the air turns sharp, we remember her descent. In spring, as the earth thaws and the birds return, we remember her return. In between, we live, and in living, we echo her rhythm. Persephone teaches us that to walk between is not weakness, it is wisdom. That change is not failure, it is growth. That you can belong to darkness without losing your light, and that the crown you wear does not have to gleam, it only has to endure. So sleep now. Let your thoughts walk quiet paths, past stone gates and pale flowers. Let Persephone guide you, not into silence, but into stillness, not into forgetting, but into remembrance. She is there, waiting, not as a warning, but as a promise, that nothing is final, that return is always possible, that two worlds can be held in one hand, and one heart can hold both sun and shadow. Close your eyes. You are walking beside her, and she is not afraid. At the edge of Athens, where the dust of the city gave way to the rolling hills of Eleusis, there was once a silence not born of emptiness, but of reverence. It was a place set apart. Fields grew golden with barley and wheat, but it was not the grain that made the ground sacred. It was the memory of a goddess who once wept there, of a mother who searched, of a daughter who vanished and returned, of death and what might lie beyond it. This was the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries. For over 1,000 years people came, not just the poor and the pious, but emperors and philosophers, generals and slaves. All walked the same dusty road from Athens to Eleusis under torchlight. All bore offerings. All entered in silence. No one was exempt. No one was elevated. Once within the rites, all were equal, equally ignorant, equally expectant, equally human. They were not told what they would see. They were only told that what they saw they could never speak of. The mysteries were centred around Demeter and Persephone. Their story of loss, descent, and return was not merely recited. It was enacted, not as theatre, but as transformation. To take part was not to watch, but to pass through something. A ritual, yes, but more than that. A pattern lived again and again by each generation. It began with preparation. For 9 days the initiates fasted. They bathed in the sea. They purified themselves with smoke and silence. They abstained from certain foods, beans perhaps or fish. They donned simple robes, pale linen tied at the waist. They carried sacred objects, sometimes wrapped in bundles no one could open. These things were not decorative. They were thresholds, small doorways to something unspoken. On the appointed day, they gathered in Athens and began the walk to Eleusis. It was not a long journey, but it was done with deliberation. They moved as a body, as one long thread winding across the land, each step an echo of Demeter's own search. Torches held high, feet stirring dust, voices low or silent. The road wound through sacred sites, shrines, springs, olive groves. Along the way jokes were permitted, even laughter. A strange detail, perhaps, for so sombre a rite. But the ancients understood that reverence did not always mean solemnity. Sometimes laughter was part of the mystery. When they arrived, they entered the telesterion, the hall of initiation. It was a vast stone building, simple in design, with a dark interior and thick columns. Here, under heavy beams, the heart of the mystery unfolded. But what exactly happened inside, no one ever wrote down. Not clearly, not fully. What little we know comes from whispers, fragments, sidelong glances in other texts. It was not for the curious outsider. It was for those who had walked the path. Some say they were shown a stalk of grain. Others say there was a light, a sudden blinding flash in the dark. Some speak of sacred words whispered, of a fire kindled from no visible source. Still others mention a reenactment of Persephone's return, but all agree on one thing: those who came out were changed. Plato himself, no stranger to abstraction, hinted that those who had seen the mysteries no longer feared death, not because they were promised eternal life, but because they understood something deeper. That death was not the end. That beneath the soil something stirred. That loss was not annihilation, but passage. The rites followed the pattern of the myth. Fasting mirrored Demeter's sorrow. The walk mirrored her search. The darkness of the telesterion mirrored Persephone's time below. And the final revelation, whatever it was, mirrored her return. The initiates did not simply learn the story, they became it. Their bodies moved through its shapes. Their breath aligned with its rhythms. They descended, they waited, and they rose. The symbolism was layered. Barley, for instance, was not just a crop. It was Demeter's gift. The kykeon, the barley drink consumed during the rites, was no mere refreshment. It was sacred. Earthly? Slightly bitter? Grain, mint, water? Humble ingredients stirred with memory. To drink it was to join the old cycle: seed, soil, growth, harvest, rest. The torch was sacred too, not only as light, but as guide. Demeter had searched with twin torches in each hand. The initiates carried their own, not just to see, but to remember. Each flicker of flame was a memory made visible, each step illuminated by borrowed grief. In sleep, one might imagine the telesterion, its stone floor cool under bare feet, the air heavy with smoke, not of fire, but of incense. Hushed footsteps, a single flame in the centre, and a voice, not loud, but steady, telling a story you already know, but in a language older than thought. There were lesser and greater mysteries. The lesser, held earlier in the year, were preparation, a kind of rehearsal. The greater in the autumn were the true descent, the true crossing. Not everyone was permitted. Murderers were excluded. So too were those who could not speak Greek, for the rites relied on shared language. But wealth was not a barrier, nor gender. Slaves could attend. Women could attend. Even children if they were ready. In a world often carved by power, this was unusual. The mysteries were democratic in the oldest sense, not of voting, but of vision. All were invited to see, to feel, to understand. And yet they guarded their silence. No one broke the oath. The penalty, it was said, was death. But perhaps that wasn't the reason. Perhaps it was reverence. What they saw could not be spoken, not because it was forbidden, but because it was beyond the shape of words. The Romans adopted the rites, but they could not unravel them. Even emperors walked the road, carried the torches, drank the barley. Cicero wrote that they taught people how to live joyfully and die with hope. That's no small claim, coming from a man who trusted reason over myth. The temple stood for centuries, through war and plague and empire, and then, like all things, it fell. The Christian emperor saw the rites as a threat and shut them down. The telesterion was burned, the priests scattered. The secrets went underground, just like Persephone. But something lingers. Even now, some say, when the barley ripens just right, and the wind stirs the fields, and the dusk takes on that particular shade of violet, the memory of the mysteries returns. Not in grand visions, but in quiet knowing. In the sudden, inexplicable sense that there is more to grief than pain, more to death than absence, more to darkness than forgetting. In the end, the Eleusinian mysteries were not about theology. They were not creeds. They were not even doctrines. They were experiences. One stepped into a pattern and came out changed. It's easy to imagine it in sleep. You walk the path at night, torch flickering in your hand. Others beside you. Faces half lit, half shadowed. No one speaks. The road curves. The stones are warm from the day, but cooling. Ahead, a doorway. A gate of no particular grandeur. Just a dark opening in a stone wall. You step inside. You breathe the scent of dust and barley. You hear a hush that feels ancient. Not silence exactly, but memory holding its breath. And somewhere, not seen but known, she waits, Persephone. Neither smiling nor frowning, not radiant, not shadowed, just present, a steady gaze, a nod, as if to say, yes, you understand now. You've walked the descent, you've kept the fast, you've tasted the bitterness, and still you are here. Then the light, not blinding, just enough. You emerge, changed, no thunder, no applause, just a feeling in your chest like a door gently closing, like the quiet of a room once full of voices, like the moment you wake and remember a dream, not fully, but enough. That was the Eleusinian mystery, a grain of truth planted in silence, a torch held steady in the dark, a descent walked with bare feet and open hands, a return promised, if not in life, then in the shape of it. And now, sleep, let the torches guide you. Let the dust of the path rise softly beneath your heels. Let the story unfold, not as something told, but something remembered. You are not alone. Others have walked here. Others will again. You are part of the rhythm now. You are part of the mystery. Close your eyes. The grain is growing. The goddess is watching. And spring waits quietly beneath the frost. For the ancient Greeks, the afterlife was not a paradise of angels and golden gates, nor was it a furnace of fire and brimstone. It was a quiet place. Not exactly comforting, but not deliberately cruel either. More bureaucratic than biblical, more misty than magnificent. The soul of a person, or psyche as they called it, was thought to drift away at death like a faint exhale, the final breath as the body collapsed and the spirit, thin as smoke, took its leave. They believed the soul did not vanish. It moved on somewhere, but not upward and not necessarily downward, just away, toward the west where the sun sets, toward the horizon, across a river, into another realm. But make no mistake, what came after death was not meant to be inspiring. For most Greeks, it was simply the next step in a long and largely impersonal journey. They imagined that once the body was buried, properly of course, with coin and ritual and lament, the soul began its voyage. It would arrive at the edge of the underworld and stand before a river, wide and slow, cloaked in a mist that never cleared. This was the river Styx, one of several rivers that encircled Hades' realm like concentric boundaries of memory and time. It was not to be crossed lightly. The dead would wait for Charon, the boatman. He did not wear a hood or carry a scythe. He was simply old, a little impatient, a little indifferent, like a public official who's been working the same station for centuries. He rowed a creaking bark across the Styx, but only for those who had proper burial rites. A coin, typically an obol, was placed beneath the tongue of the deceased, a fare for the journey. No coin, no passage. And so the unburied dead lingered along the shore, their forms flickering with unrest, their voices thin with longing. The Greeks feared this kind of death, not because it brought torment, but because it brought uncertainty. To be forgotten, to be left unburied, was to wander eternally at the edge of the underworld, denied even the gloom of Hades' halls. It was not pain that frightened them, but being lost, unremembered. Those who crossed the river were not immediately judged. They first entered the realm of shadows, an echo of the living world but drained of colour, drained of urgency. Here, time did not pass as it did above. There were no clocks, no days, just the slow drift of souls, murmuring, recalling half-lived lives. The fields of asphodel stretched out before them, dotted with pale blossoms that never withered. This was the destination for most, the ordinary dead. Those who had lived without great virtue or great vice. Farmers, sailors, mothers, potters, poets. All gently absorbed into the soft greyness. They were not punished. They were not particularly rewarded either. They simply continued, as shades, sometimes aware, sometimes not. The philosopher's ghost might walk beside a stonemason's ghost, neither quite able to remember the full shape of their former lives. There was a kind of serenity in this forgetfulness, a settling. The Greeks did not long for heaven. They hoped only for a peaceful end. For those rare souls whose lives had been truly remarkable, there was another destination, the Elysian Fields. This was the Greek version of paradise, though even that term feels too rich. Elysium was not the golden garden of later myths. It was a quiet meadow, warmed by an unfailing sun, kissed by breezes that never grew stale. Here the virtuous heroes might dwell. Achilles, perhaps, or Orpheus, if he earned it on a second attempt. Poets dreamed of it. Philosophers speculated about it, but few expected to reach it. Elysium was reserved for those who had been chosen by the gods or had lived lives of exceptional nobility. Over time, the idea expanded. Some believed that certain souls could be reborn and, through cycles of purification, earn a permanent place in Elysium. It was a sort of reward, not for belief, but for being brave, just, or wise. Then there was Tartarus. Not hell exactly, though it had flames and punishment enough. It lay far below, deeper even than Hades, a prison more than a dwelling place. Here were sent the worst offenders, not everyday criminals, but cosmic traitors, titans who defied Zeus. Sisyphus, the clever king who cheated death and was condemned to roll a boulder for eternity. Tantalus, who fed his son to the gods and now stood forever thirsty with water just out of reach. These were cautionary tales, not expected outcomes. Most mortals never came close to Tartarus. Interestingly, The Greeks didn't have a clear sense of moral judgment at death. There were no commandments, no final tally. Rather, three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iarchus, sat in judgment, but they weighed lives less by a ledger of sins and more by a sense of balance. Were you just? Did you respect the gods? Did you keep your oaths? And perhaps, most importantly, were you remembered? Remembrance played a central role in their beliefs. The living had a duty to honour the dead, not just at the moment of burial, but year after year. Libations were poured, honeyed wine, sometimes olive oil. Offerings were left at tombs. Names were spoken aloud. The belief was that so long as you were remembered, you were still, in some sense, alive. That's why dying childless was a source of anxiety. Who would speak your name? Who would tend your grave? Without remembrance, the dead might fade further, losing form, losing even their place among the shadows. Not tortured, just dissolved. The Greeks also believed in the river Lethe, the river of forgetting. Many souls drank from it, willingly or not, to forget the pain of life, to forget themselves. Some believed that this forgetting was necessary for rebirth. Only by letting go of the past could the soul return to the world of the living. But others, poets, mystics, and initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries, believed in another river, Mnemosyne, the river of memory. They whispered that some souls could choose to drink from it instead, to remember, to carry the truth through death and into life again. These were the ones who might escape the cycle, who might ascend to the Isles of the Blessed. These ideas coexisted in a kind of philosophical murmur. There was no single doctrine. The afterlife was not rigidly defined. It adapted over centuries, changed by oracles, refined by poets. Homer's underworld, bleak and sombre, gave way to Plato's more hopeful interpretations. Some believed the soul was immortal. Others saw it as a flicker destined to fade. The physical rituals surrounding death reflected these beliefs. Bodies were washed, anointed, wrapped. The eyes were closed, the mouth prepared. The dead were buried facing the west, toward the fading light. Graves were marked with stelae, stone slabs with names, sometimes portraits. Offerings were left, not once, but repeatedly. The funerary rites were not for closure. They were for continuation, a way of helping the soul move on. The laments sung at the graveside weren't only expressions of grief. They were maps, guiding the departed toward the place of shades. Ghosts did exist in their view, but not as horrors, as reminders. They appeared when something was unfinished, an oath unfulfilled, a burial denied, a name forgotten. They didn't haunt out of vengeance, but out of need. They wanted rest, not revenge. So when night fell in the ancient Greek world, and the wind moved through olive branches like an old song, people remembered their dead. They whispered their names, lit small fires, poured wine into the earth. The barrier between life and death wasn't a wall. It was more like a curtain, thin, shifting, momentarily transparent. Even the gods visited the underworld. Hermes, guide of souls, moved between worlds with his winged sandals. Orpheus descended, lyre in hand, to sing for Eurydice. Heracles wrestled Cerberus. Persephone herself moved with the seasons, her footsteps tracing a map across both realms. And the mortals too carried these maps, not in their hands but in their myths. The stories were not instructions but invitations. They told the living, this is what might await, this is what could be. Not to terrify, but to prepare, to soften the fear, to make death a companion, not a stranger. They did not expect glory. They expected shadows, a return to the earth, a place among the roots. And yet, even there, they believed something of the self endured. The afterlife was not about punishment or pleasure. It was about continuity, a slow descent, a long rest, a possible return. And now, as you rest, picture that world. Not bright, not dark, but muted. A grey field of asphodel, flowers like candle smoke, shapes moving gently, not hurried, a river in the distance, the sound of a slow current, a boat bumping gently against the dock. You're not afraid, you're not alone. This place is neither reward nor sentence. It simply is. Let yourself drift. The wind is quiet, the soul is light, and the story continues. In the gentle hush between death and sleep, the ancient Greeks imagined something more than silence. They saw the soul not only departing, but perhaps returning. A second act, a cycle. The body might rest in the earth, reduced to ash or dust, but the soul, psyche, was lighter, slipperier, more persistent. It did not stay in one place forever. It moved, it wandered, and sometimes it came back. They never thought of this return as a guarantee. It wasn't expected like sunrise. It was possible like rain in the dry season. It might come, it might not. But it was there, lingering on the edge of their thinking. This idea of rebirth, that even in the afterlife's grey corridors, a door might open back into the world. The Greeks didn't have a word for reincarnation as clean-cut as later philosophies, but they hinted at it. Pythagoras, the mathematician with a fondness for triangles and silence, famously claimed to remember his past lives. He once said he had been a warrior at Troy, Euphorbus to be precise, and recognised his shield hanging in a temple. A charming thought, whether or not you believed him. Plato took the idea more seriously. In his dialogue called The Republic, at the end of all that discussion about justice and the soul, he gives us a curious myth, the myth of Ur was a soldier who died in battle, or seemed to. After 12 days, he awoke on his funeral pyre and told a story. He had seen souls waiting in a meadow, some descending into the earth, some rising from it. He saw a great spindle of necessity, stars turning like threads on a cosmic loom, and he saw the souls choosing new lives, drinking from the river of forgetfulness, Levi, and returning to the world. It was not a judgment, precisely, more of a realignment. Some chose the lives of kings, others chose to be animals. A wise man might choose a simple life. A foolish one might choose power and regret it. It wasn't punishment or reward. It was choice, born from knowledge or from the lack of it. But not everyone returned. Some souls lingered in Elysium, content. Others dissolved after drinking too deeply from Lethe. Some, perhaps, passed into realms beyond Greek understanding, beyond words. But enough returned that the idea remained. This, for the Greeks, explained certain things. A child born with unusual wisdom. A musician who seemed to remember melodies without ever learning them. A dream that felt like memory. A fear with no origin. These were signs, not proof, but clues. Whispers of a soul that had walked before. Still, it wasn't just a matter of waiting. Some schools taught that the soul had to be purified, that only the wise, the initiated, could break the cycle. In the Eleusinian mysteries, whispered among the shadows of the Telesterion, it was said that the soul, if properly prepared, might not return at all. It might ascend to the Isles of the Blessed, free from the wheel of birth and death. Other mystery cults spoke more directly of rebirth. The followers of Orpheus, that poet who braved the underworld, believed the soul was divine, imprisoned in the body like a spark caught in clay. Through ritual and music and memory, one could awaken that spark, and perhaps, in doing so, escape the cycle altogether. There were inscriptions found in graves, thin sheets of gold with instructions for the soul. Walk this way. Avoid the spring on the left. Drink from the pool of memory. Declare yourself a child of earth and starry heaven. These were not superstitions, they were maps. For those who believed, death was not a full stop. It was a turn in the path. Even ordinary people, not initiates or philosophers, carried these ideas in softer ways. They spoke of children who seemed to know too much, of animals who watched them like they understood, of dreams where ancestors appeared and said things that still hadn't come true. These weren't seen as strange, just the way of things. And so death, while feared, was not the end of fear. It was a gate. And perhaps, just perhaps, another gate stood beyond it, leading back. The idea of returning also shaped how people lived. If one might come back, it mattered what kind of life you left behind. It mattered how you treated others, how you tended to your duties, what lessons you learned. The soul, after all, might have to try again, and again, until it got something right. And if you were to return, would you remember? That was the question. Most did not. Lethe made sure of that. The water of forgetting washed everything clean, but not always. There were stories, rare and fragile, of souls that carried something with them. Not full memory, but echoes. A pull toward a place. A sense of déjà vu. A face that felt familiar before it was known. In this, the Greeks were ahead of their time, or perhaps simply older in their thinking. They didn't need proof. They had poetry. They didn't demand doctrine. They had myth. The idea of returning wasn't meant to be solved. It was meant to be considered. Like a pebble in the mouth. Like a song half heard in a dream. The philosophers debated it, of course. Aristotle, ever the realist, wasn't much convinced. He preferred souls to be more like functions, gone when the body was gone. But even he couldn't fully rule it out. There was always something unaccounted for in the human spark, and in art it persisted. Painters showed Persephone rising again each spring, barefoot in a field of crocuses. Not just because the grain needed a story, but because people needed hope. That even the darkest journey might end in light. That even the deepest descent might be followed by a climb. And so they told stories. A man turned into a swan. A woman born again as a tree. A soul sent back as a wolf. A hero reborn to finish what he started. These weren't scientific claims. They were ways of holding wonder, of keeping the door open just a crack. And if one did come back, the world might feel different, more precious, more fragile, more familiar in a way that couldn't be explained. You might weep at the sight of a field in spring, not knowing why. You might avoid a road without knowing you once died there. You might fall in love with someone whose face you've never seen, but your soul remembers. This is why the Greeks revered memory. Why they made offerings to Mnemosyne, the goddess of remembrance. Why they sang songs of the dead and repeated names aloud at graves. Forgetting was the greatest loss, and memory, the real kind, the kind that lived in bones, was sacred. Even in dreams they found traces of the past, the dead speaking, a childhood that wasn't yours, a fear that came before birth, They didn't try to explain it all. They simply made space for it. In dreams, in rituals, in quiet moments by the sea. So as the firelight dims and the breath slows, picture it, this slow circle of souls. Some resting, some remembering, some returning. Imagine a soul, thin as mist, stepping into the river. The water cool but not cold. A single sip. A hesitation. A turn away. Another spring found, quiet and hidden. A sip there. And suddenly, memory. Not clear, but enough. A name, a promise, a song. Then the light. Then the world again. Perhaps that soul is you. Perhaps this life is not the first. Perhaps the dreams you carry are more than dreams. Or perhaps not. It doesn't need to be certain to be real. The Greeks knew this. They understood that belief was not a cage, but a lamp. That the soul didn't need to be proven. It only needed to be listened to. And now you rest. The breath deepens. The limbs go still. The body folds into the quiet. If there is a return, let it come gently. If not, let the sleep be deep. Let the soul do what it does best. Drift, turn, remember, wait. The journey is not over. It never really is. We begin our journey into the most cursed families of Greek mythology with a dinner invitation. But this is not the sort of feast you'd like to attend. It is the sort of meal that becomes legend for all the wrong reasons. At its head sits Tantalus, king of Lydia and favoured son of Zeus, at least once upon a time. Now, Tantalus wasn't your average mortal. He was granted the rare honour of dining at the table of the gods themselves, lounging amongst ambrosia and nectar, partaking in divine conversation. For a while it seemed he had it all: status, wealth, access to Olympus. But as with most mortals given a seat too close to the heavens, he made the rather unfortunate choice of trying to outwit the gods. And so, in a gesture of pure madness, or perhaps twisted curiosity, Tantalus invited the gods to a feast of his own, a banquet prepared in his palace with golden vessels and ivory platters. And at the centre of it all he served stew, rich, fragrant stew, the main ingredient, his own son, Pelops. This was not a culinary misstep. This was a test. Tantalus, in his arrogance, wanted to see whether the gods could tell what they were eating. Could divine beings truly detect mortal meat when disguised with garlic and herbs? Could he trick omniscience? As one might expect, the gods were not amused. Most recognized the atrocity immediately and refused to partake. Poseidon pushed away his bowl in disgust. Hermes turned pale. But Demeter, distracted by grief over her abducted daughter Persephone, absent-mindedly nibbled on a shoulder before anyone could stop her. The gods, horrified, brought Pelops back to life, reassembling him like a macabre puzzle, and replacing the missing shoulder with one of ivory. The young man, to his credit, returned to the land of the living with remarkably little complaint. But Tantalus was cast into the deepest pits of Tartarus, where he would forever stand in a pool of water beneath fruit-laden branches, unable to drink or eat. The water always recedes, the fruit always pulls away. Thus we have the word tantalize, to reach forever and grasp nothing. And so begins the tragedy of the house of Atreus. A tale so thoroughly soaked in treachery, vengeance, and familial bloodshed that it makes other dynasties look positively functional by comparison. Pelops, restored and glistening with his new ivory shoulder, went on to marry Hippodamia, the daughter of King Oenomaus. But even that came at a cost. King Oenomaus, fearing a prophecy that his son-in-law would kill him, devised a deadly courting ritual. he would challenge each of his daughter's suitors to a chariot race. If the suitor lost, he'd be killed, usually rather spectacularly, and his severed head nailed to the palace walls for display. Many tried, none succeeded, until Pelops came along. Clever rather than brave, Pelops decided to stack the odds in his favour. He convinced the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, to sabotage the king's vehicle, replacing the bronze linchpins with ones made of wax. During the race, the heat melted the wax. The chariot collapsed. Oenomaus died in a tangle of limbs and horses. Pelops married Hippodamia, and Myrtilus, expecting a reward, reminded Pelops of their deal, which, depending on the version, included a promise of one night with the bride. Pelops did what many mythological heroes do when someone becomes inconvenient. He pushed Myrtilus off a cliff. As the charioteer plummeted to his death, he laid a curse on Pelops and all his descendants. It is this curse, born not of divine wrath, but of personal betrayal, that truly haunts the house of Atreus. Pelops and Hippodamia had children, sons who would carry the curse forward like a poisoned torch. Chief among them were Atreus and Thyestes. Now, the feud between Atreus and Thyestes is the stuff of family nightmares. It makes sibling squabbles over inheritance look charming. When the throne of Mycenae became vacant, the two brothers competed for power. Initially, Atreus seemed the rightful heir, but Thyestes tricked him out of the throne by seducing Atreus's wife and stealing a golden lamb, a symbol of kingship. Having been thoroughly betrayed, Atreus plotted revenge with the same culinary flair that had defined his grandfather. He invited Thyestes to a reconciliation banquet. The wine flowed, the courses were lavish, Thyestes ate heartily. Then Atreus presented the heads and hands of Thyestes' sons on a platter, revealing that he had unknowingly dined on his own children. Yes, again with the cannibalism. You might be noticing a pattern. The gods, if they were still watching, must have winced. But there were no lightning bolts this time. No divine retribution. Only the heavy silence of a curse continuing to seep into the stonework of the palace. Thyestes, devastated, fled. He consulted an oracle, hoping for some form of justice. The oracle, cryptic as always, told him the only way to avenge his children was to father another child with his own daughter, Pelopeia, which he did, quietly, disguised. Pelopeia later gave birth to a son named Aegisthus. And yes, if you're counting, that makes Aegisthus both son and grandson to Thyestes. Aegisthus was raised under strange circumstances and only later discovered his true parentage. Meanwhile, Atreus maintained power, and the next generation began to come of age. Atreus had two sons of his own, Agamemnon and Menelaus. They were raised in a court haunted by betrayal and blood. When Agamemnon came of age, he married Clytemnestra, and Menelaus married Helen. Yes, that Helen, the one whose abduction sparked the Trojan War. But before ships could sail, the winds died. The fleet sat motionless in the harbour. Agamemnon had offended Artemis, goddess of the hunt. Some say he killed one of her sacred stags. Others claim he boasted of being the better hunter. Either way, Artemis demanded a price, the sacrifice of his daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon faced an impossible choice. He chose ambition. Iphigenia was summoned under false pretenses, told she was to marry Achilles, and then led to the altar. In some versions, Artemis replaced her with a deer at the last moment. In others, she died. Either way, the moral debt was incurred, a debt that would be collected soon enough. Agamemnon sailed to Troy. 10 years passed, 10 long, brutal years, and when at last he returned home triumphant, he brought with him a Trojan princess, Cassandra, as a war prize and concubine. An insult Clytemnestra did not take lightly. She had waited. She had brooded. She had taken Aegisthus as her lover, and when Agamemnon stepped into his palace, she welcomed him with warm smiles, soft robes, and a bath. Then she killed him, possibly with an axe, possibly entangled in a net. The details vary, but the outcome does not. Cassandra, cursed always to speak truth, and never be believed, was murdered too. The palace once again soaked in royal blood. Now the curse turned to the children of Agamemnon, Electra and Orestes. Exiled, grieving, and vengeful, they plotted their return. Years later, Orestes crept back into Mycenae. With Electra's help, he killed Aegisthus. Then in a final shattering act, he murdered his mother. Matricide. A crime so terrible, even the gods refused to look away. Orestes fled, hounded by the Furies, ancient spirits of vengeance. They were relentless, shrieking, clawing, driving him mad. He found no peace. He begged Apollo for help. The gods sent him to Athens, where the matter was put before a court, the Areopagus. This trial, recounted in Aeschylus's Eumenides, is more than a mythic episode. It marks a cultural shift, from blood vengeance to civic justice. Athena, goddess of wisdom, cast the deciding vote. Orestes was acquitted, and the Furies, soothed and renamed the Kindly Ones, were given a new role as protectors of justice rather than instruments of wrath. And so, the house of Atreus, after generations of horror, finally found a form of peace. Not through revenge, but through law. Through a jury, not a sword. The curse, it is said, was broken. But of course, stories never end so neatly. The legends of Atreus remained alive in the Greek mind for centuries. The family became a symbol of how wrongdoing echoes down generations, how the past grips the present, and how even the greatest houses can rot from within. They were reminders that pride, ambition, and betrayal never go unpunished. Not by gods, not by fate, not by memory. And so we leave them now. Picture the palace of Mycenae, its golden halls dimmed, its stones bearing silent witness to secrets too old to speak. The dining table sits empty. Somewhere in the shadows, a servant sweeps the floor where kings once bled. Outside, the wind rustles through olive trees, and above, the stars flicker with quiet indifference. The house is still, but the echoes remain. When we last left the house of Atreus, the air in Mycenae was thick with blood, curses, and the smell of reheated vengeance. Atreus had fed his brother his own children, the gods had largely stepped back in exhausted silence, and Agamemnon, Atreus' son, was preparing for war. Now we turn our attention more closely to Agamemnon himself. You may have heard of him in passing, most likely as the leader of the Greeks in the Trojan War, or that king with the daughter sacrificing problem. And both are true, though neither does justice to the man's particular talent for choosing the worst possible option in almost any situation. To begin, Agamemnon was king of Mycenae, a powerful Bronze Age city-state said to glitter with gold, command armies, and echo with secrets. His wife was Clytemnestra, a formidable woman in her own right, clever, proud, and with a memory like a steel trap. Together they ruled Mycenae and had several children, including Iphigenia, Electra, and Orestes. Then came Paris, not the city, the Trojan prince. He arrived in Sparta and stole away Helen, who happened to be Clytemnestra's sister, and, unfortunately for everyone involved, the wife of Agamemnon's brother Menelaus. What followed was less a family reunion and more a pan-Hellenic temper tantrum. Menelaus wanted his wife back. Agamemnon, ever the statesman, agreed to lead the charge. The other kings and warriors of Greece, some eager and some less so, were gathered under Agamemnon's banner. But the gods had ideas of their own. As the fleet prepared to sail from Aulis, the winds died. The ships bobbed listlessly in the water, sails hanging limp as laundry. Days passed, supplies dwindled, morale waned. The seers consulted omens, birds, bones, and bits of burnt liver. The answer came: Artemis was angry. The reason? That depends. One version says Agamemnon killed a sacred stag in one of her groves. Another claims he boasted that he was a better hunter than the goddess herself. A laughable thing to say about a deity who could shoot a flea off a galloping deer. Regardless, Artemis demanded recompense. A life for a life, specifically the life of Iphigenia. The command was clear. Sacrifice your daughter, and the winds will return. Refuse, and the fleet rots at harbour. Your allies turn on you, and the war ends before it even begins. Agamemnon hesitated. He was, after all, a father, but he was also a king, a general, and a man of ambition. Eventually, ambition won. He sent word to Clytemnestra, telling her to bring Iphigenia to Aulis under the false pretense that she was to marry Achilles. One can only imagine the mood when mother and daughter arrived. The joy of a royal engagement, the dressing in white, the proud father waiting, not with a ring, but a knife. What happened next depends on the storyteller. In some versions, Iphigenia is sacrificed on the altar, her cries silenced by the wind that finally returns. In others, Artemis has a last-minute change of heart, swaps the girl for a deer, and whisks Iphigenia away to serve in her temple at Tauris. But regardless of whether she died or was spirited away, one thing is certain. Clytemnestra believed her daughter was murdered, and Clytemnestra never forgot. Agamemnon went on to Troy, a city with high walls, high drama, and an unfortunate tendency to attract divine attention. There he clashed swords, shouted orders, and argued constantly with Achilles, whose ego could probably have sacked the city on its own. Years passed, 10 of them in fact. During that time, Agamemnon took a concubine, Cassandra, a Trojan princess cursed by Apollo. She had the gift of prophecy, but was doomed never to be believed, which made her something of a tragic Cassandra, in the original and most literal sense. Eventually, Troy fell. Agamemnon returned home in triumph. He brought spoils, stories, and Cassandra. What he did not bring was humility, remorse, or even a basic grasp of tact. Let us now turn to the Palace of Mycenae. Imagine it looming on the hill, built of great stones so massive that later generations would claim they were placed by giants, Cyclopean masonry they called it. Inside, the hearth glows faintly. Servants whisper, and in the hall stands Clytemnestra, waiting. For a decade, she has ruled in his absence. She has run the palace, raised the children, and endured the whispers about Iphigenia. And, most notably, she has taken a lover, Aegisthus, cousin to Agamemnon, and that same child born of incest between Thyestes and his daughter Pelopia. In many ways, Aegisthus was the curse personified, a walking, brooding embodiment of all the unresolved blood debts in the family. When Agamemnon arrived, he expected garlands and praise. What he received was a bath. Clytemnestra welcomed him graciously, helped him into the palace, and encouraged him to walk upon rich tapestries, an honour typically reserved for gods. Agamemnon hesitated, sensing hubris in the gesture, but relented. It was his last proud decision. Inside the bath, as he relaxed from his long journey, Clytemnestra threw a net over him, some say a robe or a fishing net, and struck him with an axe repeatedly. Some versions have Aegisthus deliver the blow, but most agree it was Clytemnestra who killed him. Not in a fit of passion, but in cold, ceremonial vengeance. Cassandra, ever the prophet, knew it was coming. She had seen her own death and Agamemnon's before they stepped off the ship. No one listened, of course. They never did. She was dragged inside and murdered as well. And so Agamemnon, hero of Troy, fell not on the battlefield but in his own home, in his own bath, at the hands of his wife. Was it justice? Revenge? Curse? All of the above, really. The Greeks, who had a knack for tragic reasoning, understood that blood begets blood, and every wrong, even one sanctioned by the gods, carries a price. Clytemnestra took power, ruling alongside Aegisthus. For a time there was uneasy stability, but Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, did not forget. He was exiled, growing up in another court, told again and again of his father's murder. His sister, Electra, remained in Mycenae, nursing her own slow-burning fury. Years passed. Then Orestes returned. What followed was not swift. Greek revenge never is. Orestes plotted with Electra. He crept into the palace disguised, perhaps as a messenger or a stranger bearing news of his own death. The plan was theatrical, almost ritualistic. When the time came, Orestes killed Aegisthus. Then, face to face with his mother, he hesitated, but not for long. He struck her down, his mother. Her blood joined that of her husband, her lover, her daughter. The floor of the palace must have known its way around a stain by then. Yet this act, unlike Agamemnon's sacrifice, was not accepted in silence. The Furies came. Ancient, primal goddesses of vengeance, they pursued Orestes without rest. In every temple, in every dream, they howled. Not even Apollo could shield him for long. He sent Orestes to Athens to plead his case before the Areopagus, a jury of Athenian citizens presided over by none other than Athena. And for the first time in Greek mythology, justice became a matter not of blood, but of law. The trial was close. Half voted for acquittal, half for guilt. Athena cast the deciding vote, acquittal. She reasoned that the bond between mother and child, while sacred, was not greater than the father's claim, especially in matters of kingship and legacy. A legal decision, if not a warm one. The Furies, initially enraged, were given a new role, transformed from vengeful spirits into the Eumenides, the kindly ones. They would no longer torment, they would protect. A tidy ending, if you believe in such things. But the house still stood. The curse, perhaps lifted, perhaps merely dormant, lingered in the stones. And what of Agamemnon's folly? To the Greeks, he was both hero and cautionary tale. A great king brought low by arrogance, by sacrifice, by the inability to see past his own ambition. He led 1,000 ships, toppled a city, and returned to nothing. His story was told again and again, in Homer, in Aeschylus, in whispers beneath flickering torchlight. Not because he was noble, but because he was inevitable. The sort of man who always appears where curses linger. The kind of king who mistakes blood for legacy. So now, as you close your eyes, picture the palace once more, the bath water cooling, the axe leaning quietly against the wall, a woman stepping into shadow, a boy watching from the stair. And somewhere beyond, the gods exhale, tired of mortals and their endless inability to leave well enough alone. Picture, if you will, the quiet after a storm. Not the peaceful kind, but the thick, disquieting stillness that follows after something terrible has happened. The palace of Mycenae stands heavy with silence. The king lies dead. The queen too. The gods say nothing. The servants say even less. Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, has done what no son should do. He has killed his mother. Now, one might argue, indeed, the entire city whispers it, that she had it coming. Clytemnestra murdered her husband after all, not with subtlety, but with a bath, a net, and an axe. For years she ruled with her lover Aegisthus, whose own birth was the product of incest, and whose presence at court never failed to irritate anyone still loyal to Agamemnon's memory. But in Greek thought, morality wasn't a neat ledger of he started it and she deserved it. It was far messier, soaked with blood and layered with expectation. Clytemnestra, for all her crimes, was still a mother. And the Greeks, much like the gods they worshipped, frowned severely upon matricide. When Orestes committed the act, when he lifted the blade, when his mother looked him in the eyes and called him her son, he set into motion one of the most haunting consequences in all of Greek mythology. He became prey to the Furies. They did not arrive with thunder or fanfare. The Furies are not showy, like Zeus with his lightning or Poseidon with his waves. They are quiet, persistent, unrelenting. Often called the Erinyes, they are older than the Olympians. Born from the blood of Uranus when Cronus castrated him, yes, that again, they serve a singular purpose, to punish those who violate the deepest taboos. And few taboos are deeper than the murder of one's own blood. They find Orestes quickly. No matter where he runs, they follow. Not walking, but swarming. Clad in dark robes, their hair a nest of writhing serpents, their hands dripping with unseen gore. They are not monsters exactly, but they are terrifying in their inevitability. Like guilt personified, like justice when it forgets to be kind. Orestes flees Mycenae. His sister Electra, who helped plan the revenge, stays behind. She had her own reasons, her own ghosts to placate. But Orestes is now alone, and madness settles over him like a second skin. He cannot sleep. He cannot eat. He hears whispering where there is none. His eyes twitch toward shadows. The Furies do not strike him down. They do something worse. They pursue him into exhaustion, into sickness, into the fraying edges of his mind. And yet they never touch him. That is not their way. At last, in desperation, Orestes seeks refuge at the temple of Apollo at Delphi. He collapses before the god's image, still reeking of blood and remorse. He begs Apollo for help, for protection, for forgiveness. Apollo, to his credit, takes responsibility. After all, it was he who told Orestes to avenge his father. Some say it was through an oracle. Others say Apollo himself whispered it into the boy's ear. Either way, the god cannot very well abandon him now. Apollo tells Orestes to go to Athens. There, he will be judged. Not by gods, not by curses, but by mortals. A trial will be held. And for the first time in Greek myth, justice will be a question of law, not vengeance. Now this is rather important, because up to this point in the long, bleeding tale of the House of Atreus, there's been very little room for balance. Justice was personal. If someone murdered your father, you murdered them. If your brother stole your throne, you cooked his children. And if you were wronged by the gods, You'd better hope you had a daughter left to sacrifice. But Athens, glorious, infuriating, democratic Athens, was different, at least in principle. They believed in courts, juries, deliberation. Not perfect, certainly, but better than nets and axes in the bath. So Orestes travels to Athens, a fugitive dragging his curse behind him. There, in the shadow of the Acropolis, the goddess Athena herself agrees to oversee the trial. The court is the Areopagus, a rocky hill near the centre of the city, still visible today, where in myth and memory the first murder trial was said to take place. The jury is composed of Athenian citizens. The prosecutor? The Furies themselves. And they are not subtle. They stand, cloaked and dreadful, eyes like smouldering coals. They accuse Orestes of matricide, and they are correct. He did kill his mother. The facts are not in dispute, but they do not argue reason. They invoke ancient law, blood for blood, no exceptions. Apollo, in turn, speaks for the defence. He argues that Orestes was avenging a greater wrong, the murder of Agamemnon, king and father. He even adds, somewhat awkwardly, that the bond between a father and son is stronger than that between a mother and child, since the mother is merely a nurse of the seed, while true parentage comes from the father. A bold argument, and one that reflects the uncomfortable gender views of the time, but it sways some of the jurors. The vote is taken, the results are split, a tie, the matter hangs like smoke. Then Athena steps forward. As goddess of wisdom, strategy, and law, she casts the deciding vote. She votes to acquit. Orestes falls to his knees. The Furies howl in protest, their shrieks echoing through the stone. But Athena does not silence them with threats. She speaks to them respectfully, offering them a new role in Athens. No longer vengeful spirits, they shall be honoured as the Eumenides, the kindly ones. They will protect the innocent, guard oaths, and ensure harmony. It is a political solution as much as a mythological one, a transition from the old world of retribution to the new world of civility. Whether the Furies are truly appeased or simply exhausted, they accept. Orestes is free, but the curse, one suspects, does not vanish so much as shift. The house of Atreus has spilled its poison across generations, and while Orestes may walk away, the stain remains. Let us pause for a moment here, because this trial, this strange little courtroom drama with gods on the witness stand, holds an odd significance. To the ancient Greeks, the story of Orestes wasn't just a myth, it was an allegory for the evolution of their society. From chaos to order, from family vendettas to civic responsibility. It told them that even the darkest crimes could be addressed without bloodshed, that a jury, not a sword, could end a cycle. Of course, whether the jury always got it right is another matter. But myth, like law, is as much about hope as it is about precedent. And what of Orestes? His life after the trial was not peaceful, but it was quieter. He returned to Mycenae, reclaimed the throne, and eventually married Hermione, daughter of Menelaus and Helen, which, yes, made her his cousin. But by Greek royal standards, that was practically progressive. Some stories say he later killed Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, over a territorial dispute or possibly over Hermione herself. Others say he died peacefully, bitten by a snake in Arcadia. Either way, his life remained entangled in myth, a half-hero wandering the edges of a world that never quite forgave him. And the Furies, they lingered too, transformed but never forgotten. In tragedy, in temple rites, In whispered prayers before oath-taking, they stood in the background, dark, waiting, occasionally merciful. Even today, when we speak of someone being hounded by guilt, we invoke something very old, a sense that conscience is not just internal, but ancestral, that some voices come not from within, but from the past, dragging iron chains and ancient expectations. So now, close your eyes and imagine Athens at dusk. The sun sinks low over the marble columns. The streets hum with quiet life, merchants closing stalls, children chasing goats, philosophers squabbling over olives. On the Areopagus, a breeze stirs the dust where gods once stood, and mortals cast votes that changed history. And somewhere, far away but still watching, the kindly ones murmur. Not to punish this time, but simply to remember. Justice, once born in blood, now wears a robe and carries a scroll. And if that isn't cursed, perhaps it's progress. Let us now take a quiet walk eastward, away from the blood-slick stones of Mycenae, and toward the hills of Boeotia, where the proud city of Thebes once stood. A place crowned with towers, thick with myth, and so thoroughly entangled with divine wrath and human foolishness that it seems almost a miracle anyone lived there at all. Thebes, you see, was cursed from the very moment someone thought, what if we built a city here? Our story begins not with a king, but with a cow. A white one, sent by the Phoenician prince Cadmus to guide him to the spot where he was to found his city. Apollo, never one to offer straightforward advice, had told Cadmus to follow the cow and build where it lay down. So Cadmus obeyed. He followed the cow until it collapsed from exhaustion, and there he began to lay the first stones of Thebes. Then he made the mistake of needing water. Nearby was a spring, guarded by a serpent. A very large one. Some called it a dragon. Others said it was sacred to Ares, god of war. Either way, Cadmus killed it, as one does when confronted by a large, hissing thing between you and your water source. The gods, predictably, were unimpressed. Ares in particular held a grudge. As punishment, Cadmus was sentenced to serve Ares for 8 years. Something not many mortals lived to describe. But more importantly, before leaving the spring, Cadmus buried the serpent's teeth into the soil. Whether this was divine instruction or a peculiar gardening impulse is unclear. What matters is what grew. Warriors. Fully formed, armoured men, erupting from the earth like crops. They were called the Sparti, or sown men, and they immediately started killing each other. Cadmus, sensibly, threw a rock among them, tricking them into thinking one of their own had attacked first. By the end of it, only 5 remained. These 5 would become the ancestors of Thebes' noble families. Yes, the ruling houses of Thebes descended from magically grown murderers born of a dragon's tooth. That rather sets the tone. Cadmus eventually completed his punishment and was allowed to marry Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite. A diplomatic union if ever there was one. Their wedding was a grand affair. The gods attended. They brought gifts. Harmonia received a necklace from Hephaestus, the god of the forge. A beautiful thing. Possibly cursed, almost certainly cursed. Because you see, nothing given by a wronged god is ever free of strings. And Hephaestus had reason to be bitter. Aphrodite, his wife, had cheated on him with Ares, many times, publicly. So perhaps this necklace was not so much a gift as a time-delayed act of pettiness. Regardless, it would travel through generations of Theban women, bringing tragedy wherever it went. A sort of deadly family heirloom, passed down with care and blood. Cadmus and Harmonia eventually left Thebes behind, transformed into serpents by the gods, and slithered off to live in exile. One of the few happy endings, if you're fond of scales. But their descendants stayed, and the curse remained. Several generations later, we come to King Laius. Laius was descended from Cadmus and inherited the Theban throne. Unfortunately, he had a prophecy problem. The oracle at Delphi warned him never to have children, as any son he fathered would one day kill him. Now, Laius might have avoided this fate if he had followed the very basic rule of not angering both the gods and his wife. But alas, he failed at both. He assaulted a young man named Chrysippus. Yes, assaulted, which earned the wrath of both the gods and the boy's father, King Pelops. And then, despite the prophecy, he fathered a child with his queen Jocasta. Upon the boy's birth, Laius panicked. He ordered the infant to be exposed on a mountainside, abandoned to die with a spike through his ankles. A shepherd was tasked with the deed, but in true mythological fashion, he passed the boy to another shepherd, who passed him to another, and eventually the child ended up in Corinth, raised by the king and queen there, who had been childless and were delighted by the mysterious bundle of doom. They named him Oedipus. Yes, that Oedipus. His name, incidentally, means swollen foot, in reference to the wounds from the spike, a charming reminder of infant trauma. He grew up thinking he was the Prince of Corinth, until one day someone at a party called him a bastard, as one does when one has run out of wine and things to insult. Oedipus, disturbed, went to the oracle at Delphi for answers. The oracle did not tell him who his parents were. Instead it said, quite cheerfully, "You will kill your father and marry your mother." Most of us would have asked for a second opinion. Oedipus simply fled Corinth, determined never to return, and thus, he believed, to avoid his fate. And here the gods must have smiled, for nothing delights them more than a mortal trying to outrun destiny. On the road to Thebes, Oedipus encountered an older man and his entourage at crossroads. A quarrel broke out, perhaps over who had right of way, or perhaps because Greek roads seemed to encourage homicide. Oedipus, trained in combat, killed the man and continued on his way. Of course, that man was Laius, his biological father. And so, with admirable efficiency, the first half of the prophecy was fulfilled. Oedipus arrived at Thebes to find the city terrorized by a sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman. She had parked herself outside the gates and demanded passers-by answer her riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Many had tried. Most had died. Oedipus, cleverer than he looked, answered correctly. Man, crawling as a baby, walking upright, and leaning on a cane in old age. The Sphinx, defeated, threw herself off a cliff, as was customary, and Thebes was saved. In gratitude, the Thebans offered Oedipus the throne and the hand of their widowed queen, Jocasta. Yes, she was his mother. He accepted, of course, not knowing. They married, had children, 4 of them, and for a time Thebes prospered, until a plague struck. The crops failed, women miscarried, livestock dropped dead. The city stank of rot and fear. The people cried out for answers, and Oedipus, ever the responsible king, sent for the oracle. The answer returned. The plague is punishment. The land is unclean. A murderer walks among you, unpunished. And so Oedipus, with tragic resolve, begins to investigate. He follows the clues like a detective in a very grim procedural drama. Bit by bit, the truth emerges. The man he killed on the road was Laius. The queen he married is his mother. His children are his siblings. The prophecy has been fulfilled in full. Jocasta, upon realizing the truth, hangs herself. Oedipus stabs out his eyes with the pins from her dress. There's a certain symmetry in it. He who was blind to the truth now literally blinds himself. He abdicates the throne and wanders into exile, led by his daughter Antigone. Now, if this were any other story, this would be the end. But this is Thebes. The curse has more work to do. Oedipus's sons, Eteocles and Polynices, inherit the kingdom. They agree to share power, ruling in alternate years. But Eteocles refuses to step down when his turn is over. Polynices, furious, raises an army and marches on the city. This becomes the War of the Seven against Thebes, a doomed venture in which almost everyone dies, including the two brothers, who kill each other in single combat. Creon, Jocasta's brother, takes the throne. He declares that Eteocles shall be buried with honour, and Polynices shall be left to rot in the sun. Antigone, Oedipus's daughter, defies this order and buries her brother anyway. Creon, a man who has never read a single tragedy in his life, sentences her to death. She hangs herself. Her fiancé, Creon's son, kills himself beside her. Creon's wife kills herself in grief. Thebes is soaked once again in royal blood, and the gods are silent. Perhaps asleep. Perhaps simply tired of being ignored. Thebes by now is less a city and more a cautionary tale. Founded on dragon's teeth, ruled by men who try to defy fate, protected by no one. Its legacy is not glory or gold, but the soft, suffocating weight of inevitability. And still, the people endure. Brick by brick, they rebuild. Children are born. Festivals are held. The streets echo with laughter and market stalls, even if the ghosts outnumber the living. And somewhere, buried beneath the stones, is the necklace of Harmonia, glinting faintly, waiting for the next hand foolish enough to wear it. Thebes has never been known for its restful silence. For centuries, it has echoed with curses, prophecies, accidental incest, and the sort of family reunions that end in bloodshed. So it's almost comforting, almost predictable, that even after the Great War of the Seven against Thebes, even after Oedipus's tragic unravelling and the bitter clash between his sons, there is still one more story to play out. A final, quiet rebellion. One that doesn't involve swords or kings, but simply a girl, a body, and a handful of dust. Antigone, daughter of Oedipus and Jocasta, which also makes her, in the tangled roots of that unfortunate tree, both the daughter and the granddaughter of her own mother. But Greek myth rarely stops to check for genealogical neatness. Antigone has always seemed set apart, dignified, unshaken. Even as a child in Sophocles' plays, she is the one who guides her father, Oedipus, into exile, shielding him from shame and harsh roads with a sort of grim adult grace. By the time her brothers Eteocles and Polynices have died killing one another in a civil war, Antigone has already outlived most of her family and much of her faith in kings. Let's pause briefly here. The conflict between the two brothers was supposedly over power. Eteocles refused to give up the throne when his time as co-ruler was over, and Polynices brought an army to take it by force. But in a deeper sense, it was simply the next step in Thebes' family curse. Oedipus's sins falling like black snow on the next generation. The brothers fell by each other's hands, and in death, they left Thebes in the hands of their uncle, Creon. Creon, by all accounts, was a competent ruler, or at least he tried to be. He had witnessed Oedipus's rise and ruin, Jocasta's death, the war, and the collapse of what little peace the city ever had. So when he came to power, he did what many leaders do when chaos surrounds them. He doubled down on control, structure, obedience, law, the kind that doesn't bend even when the wind howls. And so, to establish order, Creon issued a decree. Eteocles, who had defended the city, would be buried with full honours. Polynices, who had attacked it, would be denied all burial. His body would lie unburied outside the city walls, exposed to the sun, the dogs, the crows. No funeral rites, no mourning, just public disgrace. Now, in ancient Greek religion, this was more than symbolic cruelty. The soul of the unburied dead could not cross into the afterlife. It would wander, lost, unable to rest, a ghost with nowhere to go, a curse within a curse. And this, to Antigone, was unacceptable. She stood before her sister, Ismene, and told her plainly, "I will bury our brother." Ismene recoiled, horrified. It wasn't that she didn't love Polynices, but the law was clear, and the punishment for disobedience was death. She begged Antigone to reconsider, but Antigone would not. Her reasoning was simple. There are laws older than Creon's, older than cities. The gods demand respect for the dead, and family, cursed or not, deserves dignity. Polynices may have made mistakes, but so had everyone else in this family. Antigone would not let his soul drift in darkness because a king feared disorder. So, under cover of night, Antigone slipped out past the walls of Thebes. She found her brother's body, and she did what no law could forbid. She gave him burial. Not a full ceremony, there was no time for that, but enough. A scattering of earth. A whispered prayer. Enough for the gods to know someone remembered. It should have ended there. But tragedy, like bureaucracy, loves an escalation. The next day, a guard reported that the body had been disturbed, buried in fact, not deeply but symbolically, just enough to count. Creon was enraged. He ordered the culprit found, and soon, the guards, terrified of being blamed, set a trap. They uncovered the body and waited. Antigone returned. Perhaps she knew they were watching. Perhaps she didn't care. Either way, she approached the corpse again and began to rebury it. The guards seized her and brought her to Creon. And now the tragedy sharpens. Creon is faced with the niece of his late sister, the woman engaged to his son Haman, and a citizen of noble blood. But none of that matters to him. The law, he insists, is the law. If it is broken without consequence, what is the point of any order? If one woman is allowed to ignore a decree, who else will follow? Antigone does not flinch. She admits to the burial. She says she would do it again. She says the law of the gods is higher than the law of kings. And she says it all calmly, with a serenity that unsettles everyone present. Creon, though shaken, sentences her to death. Haman arrives and pleads for her life. He tries to reason with his father. He reminds him that the people of Thebes sympathize with Antigone, that her act was one of piety, not rebellion. But Creon will not be swayed. The more he is challenged, the harder he digs in. He accuses his son of betrayal, of weakness. Haman, heartbroken, leaves. Creon decides to spare himself the political risk of a public execution. Instead, he orders Antigone sealed inside a stone tomb in the wilderness, left with just enough food to technically claim she wasn't directly killed. It's a particularly Greek form of logic, indirect cruelty with a veneer of formality. So Antigone is led away, her head held high. She sings laments not for herself, but for Thebes, for her brother, for the world that allows injustice to wear a crown. And then the tomb is sealed, but the gods finally stir. Tiresias, the blind prophet who has seen every generation of Theban disaster, comes to Creon with a warning. The gods are angry. The sacrifices are not burning properly. The birds no longer sing. The city is unclean. Creon must bury Polynices, and he must free Antigone, or ruin will follow. At first, Creon resists. Then slowly fear seeps into his spine. He relents. He orders Polynices buried. Then he hurries to the tomb, but he is too late. Antigone has taken her own life, hanging herself by her veil. Haman, who arrived moments before his father, found her and attempted to cut her down. But when Creon entered, he saw his son, covered in blood, embracing the lifeless body. Haman pulled his sword, not against his father, but against himself, and died beside her. And when word reached Eurydice, Creon's wife, she too took her life. Her final words, delivered by messenger, were a quiet curse against the man who had cost her both her sons. And so Creon, who set out to preserve order, is left with silence. His niece, his son, his wife, all gone. He sits in the palace alone. No triumphant music, no final chorus of praise, just the dull echo of footsteps in a place that has forgotten how to be a home. Now let us reflect softly on what this myth has offered. It is not the story of a rebellion, at least not in the grand theatrical sense. Antigone was no revolutionary. She did not seek to overthrow the government or lead a mob. She simply saw her brother's body abandoned and chose not to look away. She acted with conviction, and she paid the price. But her defiance became something more. Not in her lifetime, certainly, but in memory. Sophocles' play would be read for centuries as a meditation on law, conscience, and the terrifying simplicity of doing what one believes is right. Philosophers argued over it. Politicians quoted it. Writers echoed it in plays and novels and manifestos. Even in modern times, Antigone remains the figure of moral clarity in a world of noise. And what of Creon? He is not a villain in the traditional mould. He is a man crushed by duty and too afraid to be wrong. His laws are not evil, they are rigid. His downfall is not cruelty. It is pride, inflexibility, and the inability to hear the quiet truth when it whispers. In this way, Creon is every leader who mistakes order for justice, and every person who punishes love in the name of rules. He too is a product of his time, of his city, of the long cruel echo of Thebes' legacy. Antigone's body may have been entombed, but her story walked free. So now, as you close your eyes, picture a quiet path beyond the gates of Thebes, the tomb half buried in the hillside, the trees swaying gently, the crows watching from a distance, puzzled that the feast of Polynices has finally disappeared beneath the earth. And in the city, a king with no heir, no wife, and no answer. Thebes sleeps, restless as always. If ever there were a family tree best left unplanted, it would be the house of Tantalus. Rooted in hubris, watered by betrayal, and producing fruit almost exclusively of the poisoned and patricidal variety, this noble line offers us not merely one cursed figure, but an entire dynasty seemingly dedicated to offending the gods in new and imaginative ways. Let us begin as is often wise with the patriarch, Tantalus, a name that would become synonymous with longing and denial, and with good reason. Tantalus was, by mortal standards, spectacularly privileged. King of Lydia, or Sipylus, depending on your source, he was a favourite of the gods. Not merely tolerated, mind you, but actually invited to dine with them. A rare honour. He sat at the same celestial table as Zeus himself. He drank ambrosia. He listened to divine secrets. He saw things no mortal should see and lived to speak of them, which of course he did. Frequently, loudly. Tantalus, as it turns out, was not content with divine friendship. He wanted something more permanent, something impressive, something that would remind all the other kings that he was special. So he decided to test the gods. Now, to be clear, testing the gods in Greek mythology is rarely a good idea. They don't enjoy surprises. They're not fond of puzzles. And they've never once said, "How clever of you to challenge us." But Tantalus, perhaps emboldened by ambrosia or ego, devised a plan. He invited the gods to a feast in his palace. So far, so good, and then he served them stew, still fine, but the main ingredient was his son. Yes, Tantalus slaughtered his son Pelops, boiled the flesh, seasoned it carefully, and served it to the immortals, just to see if they would notice. It was, to put it mildly, a serious misjudgment of hospitality etiquette. The gods, fortunately, did notice. Most of them, anyway. Apollo, Hermes, and Zeus immediately set their spoons down with grim expressions. Demeter, distracted by her grief for Persephone, ate a bite from the shoulder. Just the one. But even that was enough to prompt a divine uproar. Tantalus was, quite understandably, struck down and cursed. He was sent to Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld, where he would suffer an ironically gastronomic punishment. He stands in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree, forever hungry and thirsty. Each time he bends to drink, the water recedes. Each time he reaches for fruit, the branches lift away. Temptation without satisfaction. The original endless buffet. And yet, even from his watery prison, Tantalus left behind something more enduring than his suffering. A family. Pelops, for one, did not stay dead. The gods, perhaps feeling mildly responsible, reassembled the boy and restored him to life. Demeter even replaced the missing shoulder with one made of ivory, a lovely detail that says more about divine craftsmanship than maternal remorse. Thus restored, Pelops was whisked away to the Peloponnesus, which would eventually bear his name. Now Pelops, despite his unusual beginning, grew into a handsome and ambitious young man. And, predictably, he found himself in pursuit of a princess. Her name was Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus, who, like most Greek kings with attractive daughters, was deeply reluctant to let her marry. Oenomaus had been told by an oracle that he would die at the hands of his son-in-law, which put something of a damper on wedding plans. So he devised a clever system to ensure that Hippodamia remained single. Anyone who wanted to marry her had to defeat him in a chariot race. If they lost, they were killed. Simple enough. To ensure victory, Oenomaus used divine horses given to him by Ares. Fast, tireless, and rather inconvenient for any mortal with ordinary beasts. 13 suitors died trying. Pelops, however, was not like the others. He had charm, he had ambition, and he had no qualms about cheating. He bribed the royal charioteer, a man named Myrtilus, to sabotage Oenomaus' chariot, promising him half the kingdom and, disturbingly, a night with Hippodamia. The charioteer agreed. Wax pins were placed in the wheels. The race began, and inevitably Oenomaus crashed and died, perhaps screaming, definitely betrayed. Pelops won the race, won the girl, and had the charioteer thrown off a cliff. One imagines he explained the reward was metaphorical. As Myrtilus plummeted, he cursed Pelops and all his descendants. This is, mythologically speaking, where the housewarming party ends and the bloodbath begins. Pelops and Hippodamia had many children, but two in particular would carry the curse forward: Atreus and Thyestes. Brothers, rivals, and very much cut from the same gory cloth. The kingdom eventually passed to Atreus, but Thyestes, ever ambitious, seduced Atreus' wife and stole the throne. In response, Atreus invited his brother to a reconciliation feast. You can see where this is going. Atreus killed Thyestes' sons, cooked them, and served them to their father. When Thyestes had finished eating, Atreus revealed the truth by showing him the severed heads and hands. Yes, again with the feast. One must assume Theban dinner invitations were viewed with some suspicion at this point in mythological history. Thyestes, understandably devastated, fled, but the curse was not done. In exile, he was told by the oracle that he must father a child with his own daughter, Pelopia. The child of this incestuous union, another horrific echo of Oedipus, would kill Atreus. That child's name was Aegisthus. Now, let's pause to reflect on the architecture of this curse. We have betrayal, murder, incest, cannibalism, and revenge, layered generation upon generation, each new horror echoing the last. The gods are largely silent, as if even they are too weary to intervene anymore. Aegisthus was raised by Atreus, who believed him to be his nephew. Later, when the truth emerged, Aegisthus killed Atreus and returned the throne to Thyestes. For a moment, the curse seemed to shift into a holding pattern. And then came Agamemnon, son of Atreus, leader of the Greeks at Troy, brother to Menelaus, husband to Clytemnestra, father to Iphigenia, Electra, and Orestes. A man whose own choices would once again light the fuse. Agamemnon, as we've already seen in earlier chapters, sacrificed his daughter to win fair winds for the war. He returned home after 10 years to find Clytemnestra bitter, Aegisthus ambitious, and fate waiting with a familiar net and a sharpened blade. Agamemnon was murdered in his bath. Aegisthus and Clytemnestra ruled for a time, and then Orestes returned, and the cycle completed another grim rotation, with yet more blood and yet more madness. And so, what began with Tantalus's pride became a lineage of unrelenting tragedy. The house of Tantalus, like the fruit that forever eluded its founder, was cursed never to find peace. Every gain led to loss. Every victory fed the fire of the next calamity. But here's the curious thing. For all the horror, for all the sleepless guilt and divine silence, the myths do not end in despair. Not quite. Orestes, after his trial in Athens, was acquitted. He founded cities. He married. He ruled. Some say the curse was lifted with him. Others say it simply went quiet. Pelops' ivory shoulder remained as a symbol, perhaps of restoration, perhaps of artifice. His descendants would continue to shape the Greek world, founding dynasties, erecting temples, commissioning poets to sing of their lineage. Even as whispers of cannibalism and betrayal clung to their names like shadows. And Tantalus still stands in Tartarus, still thirsting, still reaching. A reminder that some appetites, once indulged, never leave you. So as you drift into sleep tonight, think not of the boiling pots or crumbling thrones. Think instead of the quiet ripples in a cursed family line, how one moment of pride, one terrible meal, can echo for centuries. And perhaps, somewhere in the dark, Pelops' ivory shoulder gleams faintly, whole again, almost, almost. There are curses that cling like shadows, and others that blaze like fire, consuming everything in sight. The Labdacus line, the royal house of Thebes before and during the reign of Oedipus, was burdened with both. If the house of Tantalus gave us banquets of horror, the Labdacus dynasty gave us psychological ruin, political disaster, and more botched prophecies than should reasonably occur within 3 generations. Let's take a quiet walk, once again, through the troubled streets of Thebes, city of 100 gates and one unending headache. It begins, as it often does in Greek tragedy, with a choice. Labdacus was the grandson of Cadmus, the city's founder, and the son of Polydorus, who had ruled briefly before dying young, presumably from being related to Cadmus. Thebes was still a young city then, old enough to have towers but not old enough to have learned its lessons. Labdacus inherited the throne, but not for long. He died while his son, Laius, was still a child. Some say Labdacus died in battle. Others say he offended the gods by defying the cult of Dionysus, and that divine retribution swiftly followed. But one way or another, the throne of Thebes was once again left in the uncertain hands of regents and whispers. Young Laius, the last male of his line, was raised under the care of Lycus, the regent of Thebes, and later taken in by another noble household in exile. One might have hoped that absence from Thebes would bring clarity, maybe even a chance to escape the family curse. Unfortunately, exile did little to polish Laius's moral compass. When staying with Pelops, yes, that Pelops, he of ivory shoulder and cursed banquet fame, Laius repaid his host's hospitality by abducting Pelops' son, Chrysippus. Not just abducted. Some versions say he seduced the boy. Others say he raped him. Either way, Laius committed an act of profound violation, one that would echo down through the generations. Chrysippus died by suicide, murder, or shame, and Pelops, understandably enraged, laid a curse upon Laius and all his descendants. This, in case you're keeping track, is curse number 2. Thebes was already dealing with Cadmus's dragon-tooth warriors and the cursed necklace of Harmonia, and now it inherited a brand new curse from the house of Pelops. It's a wonder the gods didn't just fence off the entire city and label it uninhabitable due to mythological hazards. When Laius returned to Thebes, he became king. He married Jocasta, a descendant of the Spartoi, the Sown men, and might have enjoyed a quiet reign if not for the minor problem of another prophecy. This time, the oracle at Delphi warned Laius not to have children. If he did, his son would kill him and marry his wife. Now most kings faced with this sort of prophecy either abstain, consult a priest, or ignore it entirely while preparing for disappointment. Laius and Jocasta chose the last option. They had a son, and immediately regretted it. In a panic, Laius ordered the child exposed, abandoned to die on the mountainside. His feet were pinned together with an iron spike, earning him the name Oedipus, meaning swollen foot. A shepherd tasked with the grisly deed took pity on the baby and passed him along until he was adopted by the childless royal family of Corinth. Oedipus grew up never knowing who he truly was. Now, this all might sound familiar. The myth of Oedipus is among the most famous in Western literature, thanks largely to Sophocles, who gave us the most enduring version, but it's worth pausing not just on what Oedipus did, but how thoroughly his life was shaped by a curse he never asked for. As a young man, Oedipus learned from a drunk at a banquet, always a reliable source, that he was not the true son of the Corinthian king. Troubled, he visited the oracle at Delphi, but instead of getting answers about his parentage, he was given a prophecy. He would kill his father and marry his mother. Naturally, he resolved never to return to Corinth. A sensible precaution, if misinformed. On the road away from the city, at a crossroads, he encountered a rude old man with a chariot who tried to run him off the path. Oedipus, not yet known for his temper, but apparently quite good in a fight, killed the man and his small entourage. Yes, that man was Laius, his real father. And so, unknowingly, Oedipus fulfilled the first part of the prophecy. He continued on to Thebes, where the city was being terrorized by a sphinx. This curious creature, with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman, had taken up residence outside the gates and posed riddles to all who passed. Those who failed to answer were devoured. The riddle she posed was this: what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Oedipus answered correctly: man. As a baby he crawls on all 4s. As an adult he walks on 2 feet. In old age he uses a cane. The Sphinx, defeated by logic, threw herself from a cliff, as is traditional. The Thebans rejoiced. They offered Oedipus the throne and the hand of the widowed queen, Jocasta. Thus, without knowing, Oedipus fulfilled the second part of the prophecy. He married his mother and ruled Thebes, bearing children who were also his siblings: Antigone, Ismene, Eteocles, and Polynices. For a time, Thebes prospered. Oedipus was regarded as a just and clever king. The family curse seemed dormant, but curses do not die, they only sleep. Years later, a plague struck Thebes. Crops failed, infants perished, the altars smoked without fire. The city called upon Oedipus to save them. He sent Creon, Jocasta's brother, to consult the oracle. The answer? The city harboured a killer. Laius's murderer still lived unpunished in Thebes. And so began one of the most painful investigations in myth. Oedipus, noble and determined, swore to find the culprit, not realizing he was hunting himself. Slowly, terribly, the truth emerged. From shepherds, from oracles, from the broken fragments of memory. Jocasta realized first. She tried to stop him from digging further. He refused. When the truth was undeniable, Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus, in horror, took the brooches from her gown and blinded himself. This wasn't just self-punishment. It was metaphor, theatre, and spiritual horror all at once. The man who was blind to his identity now lived in darkness. He abdicated the throne and went into exile, led by his daughter Antigone, who remained his quiet anchor. And thus the Labdacus line once again spiralled into ruin. But it doesn't end there, of course. Greek families never settle for one tragedy when 3 or 4 will do. Oedipus's sons, Eteocles and Polynices, inherited the throne. Rather than rule together, they agreed to alternate years. Eteocles ruled first, then refused to step down. Polynices raised an army, the famed 7 against Thebes, and marched on the city. The brothers killed each other in single combat. The war ended with Thebes bloodied, broken, and under the rule of Creon. It's worth noting that Creon, despite his later errors, was not of the cursed line. He was merely unlucky enough to marry into it. And then came Antigone's tale. the quiet defiance, the unburied corpse of Polynices, the tomb, the suicides. You know it by now. The curse of the Labdacus family had burned through every name, leaving only ash. At the centre of it all, like a cracked mirror, stands Oedipus, a man punished for the sins of his parents, doomed by prophecy, ruined by knowledge. And yet, even in ruin, he remains strangely dignified. He never denies his actions. He does not rail against the gods. He accepts what he is and what he has done. His story is not about guilt, but fate, about the terrible price of trying to escape what is written. The Labdacus line is often remembered only through Oedipus's name, so much so that Freud borrowed it to describe an entire psychological complex. But it is, in truth, the story of Thebes itself, a city born in violence, ruled by men who tried to outwit the divine, and undone not by monsters, but by ordinary human choices. The gods, for once, did not need to intervene. The humans did it all themselves. So now, as you settle in, picture Thebes at night. The stones are quiet, the Sphinx is gone, the palaces are dark. Somewhere in the hills, the ghost of Oedipus walks slowly, hand on his daughter's shoulder. In the dust behind them, nothing but footsteps and silence. There are families in Greek myth that fall like trees, loud, spectacular, and abrupt. And then there are families like the House of Iolus, which unravel like a long thread caught on a bramble. The curse here is not swift. It is meandering, gusty, prone to drift, and fittingly so, for this is a family bound to the winds, forever restless, forever just missing the shore. Now there were several figures in myth called Aeolus, which makes things deliciously complicated. The Aeolus who gave Odysseus his infamous bag of winds was a king of a floating island, possibly divine, definitely fed up with sailors. But the Aeolus we'll concern ourselves with here is his mortal namesake, grandson of Helen, the progenitor of the Hellenes, not the one with the face that launched ships, and forefather to a series of individuals whose biographies read like an inventory of Greek misfortunes. We begin with Athamas, grandson of Aeolus, a respectable start, king of Orchomenus in Boeotia, lord of rich fields, and at first glance not particularly mad. He married Nephele, a cloud nymph, wispy, yes, but respectable in mythological circles. She bore him 2 children, Phrixus and Helle. Now Nephele was not Athamas's only love. At some point, likely distracted by earthly affairs, Athamas decided to marry again, this time to Ino, daughter of Cadmus and sister of Semele. Ino was not a cloud. She was very much flesh, blood, and teeth. And though she may have had her charms, she regarded her stepchildren as unfortunate clutter. It wasn't that she didn't want children around. She simply preferred her own. So Ino devised a plan. First, she roasted the kingdom's seed grain in secret, ensuring that nothing would grow. Then, as famine settled in, she bribed the messengers sent to consult the oracle. Their fabricated reply? That the gods demanded the sacrifice of young Phrixus. A delicate solution if your idea of parenting includes ritual murder. Athamas, ever the sponge in a toga, agreed. Perhaps he wept. Perhaps he frowned thoughtfully. But either way, he ordered the boy to be taken to the altar. Just as the knife was raised, Nephele intervened. She hadn't vanished entirely, just hovered nearby, as clouds do. She sent a miraculous creature, a golden ram with wings, a gift from the gods to rescue her children. The ram scooped up Phrixus and Helle, and off they flew across the Aegean, safe for a moment, then tragedy. Somewhere above the narrow strait between Europe and Asia, Helle lost her grip and tumbled into the sea. The waters would thereafter bear her name, the Hellespont. Her fall is one of the quieter tragedies in mythology. No scream, no fury, just a girl lost to the wind, and a sea that forgot to be merciful. Phrixus survived. He landed in Colchis, far to the east, where he sacrificed the ram in thanks. The fleece, gleaming divine, absurdly valuable, was nailed to a tree and guarded by a dragon. As you may recall, this golden fleece would one day lure Jason and the Argonauts into their own dismal epic. But for now, it simply shimmered. A monument to a family's escape, and to a sister who did not. Meanwhile, back in Boeotia, things were unravelling. Having failed at stepmotherhood and crop management, Ino focused on her own children. She and Athamas had 2 sons together, Lurcus and Melicertes. But her nephew, Dionysus, god of wine and inconvenient truths, had recently been born under chaotic circumstances. Zeus had incinerated Semele, Ino's sister, by showing her his full divinity. As a result, baby Dionysus was dropped off with Ino for safekeeping. This naturally did not sit well with Hera, who had by this point developed a hobby of ruining people who helped Zeus's illegitimate children. And so she drove Athamas mad. Not mildly eccentric, mind you. Not talks to the furniture mad. No, he went into a frenzy, believing his son Lurcus was a wild beast, depending on the source, a lion or a deer. Either way, Athamas smashed the child's skull against a wall. Ino, understandably horrified, fled with Melicertes in her arms. She reached the sea, clutched her son tightly, and leapt. The gods, perhaps moved by pity or exhaustion, transformed them. Ino became Leucothea, a sea goddess who aids sailors. Melicertes became Palaemon, who rides dolphins and probably doesn't remember much about his past life. They drifted into myth, serene and salt-washed, far from the madness that spawned them. As for Athamas, he wandered, howling and broken. Eventually he was sent to Thessaly, where the locals, lacking context, made him king. It is perhaps the most baffling chapter in his life. This man just killed his child under a delusion. Excellent. Give him a crown. Such were Greek monarchies. Now, if this were a modern tale, this might be the end. A mad king, a drowned queen, a son turned fish rider. But the house of Aeolus was nothing if not persistent. It continued to tangle itself into other tales, snaring cousins and grandchildren into ever stranger fates. For example, Sisyphus, yes, he of the Rolling Stone, was also a descendant of Aeolus. His crimes were not of madness but cleverness. He tricked death, chained Thanatos, and ratted out Zeus's abduction of a nymph. As punishment, he was condemned to roll a boulder uphill for eternity. So here we have the 2 poles of Aeolian doom. On one end, madness and child sacrifice. On the other, brilliant defiance, followed by absurd punishment. Whether you screamed into the sea or rolled rocks forever, you were still part of the club. There is also Odysseus, whose lineage, according to some sources, includes ties to Autolycus, son of Hermes and another Aeolid. Autolycus was a thief, a shapeshifter, and a liar. Traits which, filtered through a few generations, became Odysseus's defining virtues. And so, when Odysseus lands on the island of Aeolia during his wanderings, he's unknowingly revisiting family. This Aeolus, keeper of the winds, is yet another bearer of the name, living on a floating bronze island surrounded by cliffs. Aeolus receives Odysseus warmly and gives him a leather bag filled with all the winds, save the west wind, which will blow him straight home. But Odysseus, being Odysseus, doesn't tell his crew what's in the bag. They assume treasure, gold, jewels, secrets. So while Odysseus sleeps, a dangerous habit of his, they open the bag. The winds burst forth, and the ship is hurled backward, away from Ithaca, to the edge of the world. They return to Aeolus, begging for help. But he, seeing their misfortune, declares that they must be cursed by the gods. He refuses to assist again, a rare moment of divine boundaries. Even the man who commands the winds knows when to walk away. The Aeolian family's curse, then, is not a single blow like the house of Atreus. It is a weather system, sudden gusts of disaster, lulls of hope, and then another gale. Children are lifted into the sky, only to fall into the sea. Kings go mad. Queens become gods. Sailors are blown off course. And always somewhere, a golden fleece glitters on a distant tree, waiting to lure someone new into the storm. And while their fates vary, madness, misadventure, metamorphosis, there is a shared instability. In these tales, identity slips like sand. Clouds become women. Children become constellations. Men become monsters. And no one ever quite makes it home the way they intended. Even the geography bears witness. The Hellespont remembers the girl who fell. The Isthmian Games, held in honour of Melicertes, mark the transformation of grief into ritual. The Aeolian legacy is carved into coastlines and customs alike. So what do we make of them, these wind-born figures? Perhaps their curse is the inability to stay still. Aeolus bound the winds, yes, but even he could not bind his descendants. They drift from place to place, from form to form, always chasing something. Home, safety, justice, memory, and always it slips through their fingers. Now, as the wind murmurs against your window, and the sea of sleep begins to rise, imagine a golden ram soaring across the sky. Below, a girl tumbles soundlessly into the waves. Somewhere, a king mistakes his son for a lion. A bag of wind waits to be opened. A stone rolls down a hill. A boulder waits patiently to return. And the wind never rests. In the shadow of Troy, beneath the falling towers and the echo of clashing bronze, there stands one figure who glows brighter than all the rest. He is beautiful. He is terrible. He is fast, angry, and fated. His name is Achilles, and he leads the Myrmidons, a band of warriors loyal not just in battle, but in a kind of silent, fatal devotion. But before there was a heel, before there was the wooden horse, before Hector was dragged through the dust, there was a curse already coiled around this house. For the story of the Myrmidons is not just about Achilles. It is about a lineage born of stone, shaped by obedience, and undone by pride. And in their wake lie burnt cities, broken oaths, and a curse that is more inheritance than accident. Let us go back. Not to the Trojan War, but to a time far earlier. A time when Aeacus, grandfather of Achilles, ruled the island of Aegina. Aegina, as you may know, was a green, sea-wrapped place, nestled not far from Athens. It was named for Aeacus' mother, Aegina, who had the misfortune of attracting Zeus's attention, a recurring occupational hazard for mortal women. Zeus, being Zeus, abducted her in the shape of an eagle and flew her to this quiet island. There he fathered Aeacus, who was raised on Aegina and eventually made king. A lonely reign, though, for the people of the island were wiped out by a plague, sent, depending on the version, either by Hera, for the usual reasons, or simply because the gods were in a mood. Aeacus, desperate, prayed to Zeus to repopulate his kingdom. Zeus, ever inventive, took the ants crawling on an old oak tree and transformed them into people. Thus were born the Myrmidons. Named for the Greek word moimex, meaning ant, they were a people known for discipline, silence, and unquestioning loyalty. They followed their leader like a hive, fought like a swarm, and, some said, never forgot a command. It's all quite poetic until you consider the implications. These were people who once crawled, faceless, beneath the soil, then were made into soldiers. Obedience was baked into their bones. They weren't meant to question, they were meant to follow. Aeacus' line was noble, but not immune to divine interference. He had sons, Peleus and Telamon, and, as so often happens with mythological brothers, things went badly. Telamon, father of the great Ajax, was eventually exiled after being implicated in the murder of their half-brother. Peleus too was driven out, although his crime is more ambiguous. Possibly accidental murder, possibly just politics as usual. Peleus fled to Phthia, where he was purified by King Eurytion and married his daughter. But that wife died. Eventually Peleus remarried, this time to a sea goddess. Not just any goddess either. Thetis, daughter of Nereus, shapeshifter of the sea, and former companion of Artemis. This union was not born of romance. Thetis had once caught Zeus's eye, but prophecy warned that any son born to her would outshine his father. So, rather than risk a divine uprising, Zeus married her off to a mortal. One could argue that Thetis never quite forgave him for it. Her wedding was legendary. The gods came down from Olympus, bringing gifts, wine, and unfortunately Eris, goddess of strife. Denied a seat at the banquet, she tossed in a golden apple inscribed, "To the fairest." You know what came next? A beauty contest, a bribe, a stolen queen, and a war that would consume a generation. But first, Thetis had a son, Achilles. Now, there are many versions of how she tried to make him immortal. Some say she dipped him in the river Styx, holding him by the heel. Others say she anointed him with ambrosia and placed him in fire each night to burn away his mortality. Either way, the attempt failed, or half succeeded. Achilles became nearly invulnerable, but not invincible. And Thetis, frustrated, left Peleus and disappeared into the sea. Achilles was raised by Chiron, the wise centaur. Chiron taught him medicine, music, and war. He taught him restraint, which he would later forget, and mercy, which he would rarely use. But above all, Chiron tried to teach him what it meant to be human. It didn't quite take. When war came, ignited by Paris and Helen, fueled by pride and prophecy, Achilles was summoned. But Thetis, knowing his fate, tried to hide him. She disguised him as a girl and sent him to the island of Scyros, where he lived among the daughters of King Lycomedes. There he fathered a son, Neoptolemus, later called Pyrrhus, though the circumstances are hazy, and no one involved seems especially proud of it. Odysseus, clever and tireless, tracked him down by laying out weapons among dresses. Achilles couldn't resist. He reached for the sword. War it was. And so he sailed to Troy, bringing with him the Myrmidons, the Ant-Men, loyal as ever. Their arrival turned the tide. Achilles was a whirlwind, unmatched, unchallenged, incandescent in battle. But then came the quarrel with Agamemnon, the taking of Briseis, and the rage. Rage that Homer immortalized, not as a feeling, but as a character in itself. Achilles refused to fight. His absence nearly lost the war. Then his dearest friend, possibly lover, Patroclus, donned Achilles' armour to rally the Greeks. Patroclus fought bravely but was slain by Hector, and that was the end of Achilles' sulk. His grief turned to wrath. He slaughtered Hector, dragged his body round the city, and rejected ransom. Even the Myrmidons looked on in silence. Eventually, Achilles himself met his end, shot in the heel by Paris with an arrow guided by Apollo. That famously vulnerable heel left unprotected, perhaps, by Thetis's hasty grip. Or perhaps because no one, not even Achilles, escapes the story written for them. But the curse didn't die with him. His son, Neoptolemus, came to Troy after his father's death. He was young, untested and cold. He murdered Priam at the altar. He threw Astyanax, Hector's infant son, from the walls. He was not his father's equal in glory, but he surpassed him in cruelty. After the war, Neoptolemus took Andromache, Hector's widow, as a concubine. They had children, but peace eluded them. Later, he married Hermione, daughter of Helen and Menelaus, another fraught union. That marriage ended in betrayal, vengeance, and finally Neoptolemus's murder, either at Delphi or by a rival suitor. His remains were buried near the sanctuary, but his shade lingered. Even in death, the line of Achilles demanded attention. What, then, is the curse of the Myrmidons? It isn't divine punishment in the traditional sense. The gods do not hover overhead, flinging lightning or transforming mortals into trees. Rather, it is a curse of glory, of being made too perfect, too essential, too early. Achilles was designed for war, and so war consumed him. His son inherited that same fire, but none of the wisdom. His people, the Myrmidons, followed without question, even into slaughter. Obedience, you see, is a curse in itself. These warriors, once ants, never asked why. They were remade into men, but never taught to hesitate. They represent the human cost of greatness, the lives built not for peace or reflection, but for loyalty, silence and blood. And Achilles? He is remembered not as a man, but as a symbol. His name lives on in poetry, in tragedy, in every story where strength becomes a weakness and love turns to fury. But you'll find no statues of Patroclus, no hymns for Astyanax. The Myrmidons, so fierce in battle, fade into the background of history, anonymous as they began. And so, as night settles and the war drums fade, imagine a quiet island where ants once crawled beneath a sacred tree. A boy stands on the shore, his feet too perfect, his mother watching from beneath the waves. Far away Troy burns. A horse stands silent, and a swarm of men, born of obedience, wait for orders they no longer understand. The war is over, but the curse endures. Imagine, if you will, an enormous line of women in long white robes, each holding a jar of water. The jars are heavy, the women are silent, and they are walking toward a great stone basin. They tip the jars in, pour the water out, and turn back again to refill. Only the basin has a hole in the bottom. The water never rises. The work is eternal. This is the punishment of the Danaids, the 50 daughters of Danaus, and they have been carrying water into a leaky tub for over 2,000 years. In mythological terms, this is a metaphor. In family terms, it's a legacy. Let's begin, as one must, with the genealogy. Danaus was a king of Libya, twin brother to Aegyptus, who ruled nearby Egypt. Now these two brothers, Danaus and Aegyptus, did not get along. That alone should not be surprising. Twinship in Greek myth is less about matching tunics and more about divine rivalry, betrayal, and, more often than not, homicide. Aegyptus had 50 sons. Yes, 50. Perhaps he was competitive. Perhaps he simply had a productive household. Danaus, not to be outdone, had 50 daughters by several different women. In time, Aegyptus proposed that the sons marry the daughters, uniting the two houses. Danaus, however, suspected treachery. Whether this suspicion was justified or simply the result of having 50 teenage daughters is unclear, but Danaus fled. He sailed with his children across the Mediterranean and landed in Argos, where the local king gave him sanctuary. The Danaids were welcomed as foreigners, guests, refugees perhaps, though ancient Greece wasn't especially consistent with those terms. Eventually, the 50 sons of Aegyptus followed, demanding their marriages be honoured. Under political pressure, or perhaps just tired of fleeing, Danaus agreed. The weddings were held. Garlands were worn. Oaths were exchanged. But there was a twist. On the night of the marriages, Danaus gave each of his daughters a dagger and instructed them to kill their husbands in bed. 49 obeyed. Only one, Hypermnestra, spared her husband Lynceus because he respected her wishes and did not force himself upon her. In a story steeped in obedience, she chose mercy. The rest performed their duty, cold and silent, blades sliding in the dark. You can almost picture the moment, the wind howling across Argos, 50 bridal chambers gone still, and one girl staring into the eyes of a man who expected to die and finding something worth preserving. This act of rebellion, this single refusal, is the crack in the curse. But it's only the beginning. After the murders, Danaus is said to have punished Hypermnestra for her disobedience, imprisoning her or dragging her before a court. Eventually, Lynceus took revenge on his father-in-law, killing Danaus and claiming the throne of Argos. He and Hypermnestra founded a dynasty. Their line would one day include Perseus, Heracles, and Helen herself. But the rest of the Danaians were not so lucky. Their punishment was eternal labour in the underworld, carrying water to a broken cistern, a task without end. The symbolism is quiet but crushing. Purification that never purifies. Effort that never pays off. It is a kind of domestic Sisypheanism, less dramatic than pushing a boulder, but no less cruel. Why, you might ask, were they punished? They followed orders. Their father commanded them. Their grooms were forced upon them. Weren't they victims? Greek myth, alas, does not always concern itself with justice. It prefers patterns. And the pattern here is disobedience cloaked as duty. A refusal to submit, followed by a submission to something darker. The Danaids became symbols, not of loyalty or rebellion, but of women caught in a net of male decisions and mythic necessity. Still, if you look closely, each Danaid had a name. The ancient poets listed them one by one in genealogies more precise than telephone books. Names like Amymone, Autonoe, Cleopatra, Eubule, Rhode, and Theano. Each had a story, however fleeting. Some were said to have children. Some vanished. A few were worshipped in Argos as ancestral spirits, but mostly they were forgotten. They became the chorus. The ones who carry, pour, return. Their husbands, the sons of Aegyptus, fare no better in the memory of myth. They were blank slates, symbolic figures more than individuals. It's unclear if they were cruel, passive, or simply convenient sacrifices. The story doesn't linger on their personalities. They are remembered primarily for dying on their wedding night. A different kind of matrimonial misfortune. Now, Hypermnestra and Lynceus, our lone surviving couple, became the ancestors of a notably powerful bloodline. their descendants ruled Mycenae, Argos, and Tiryns. They were associated with the Perseid dynasty, which includes Perseus, slayer of Medusa, and his son Electron, whose daughter Alcmene gave birth to Heracles after an ill-timed visit from Zeus. You might say the curse continues in strange forms. Take Perseus, for example, a hero by birth and favour, but forever shadowed by prophecy. He killed Medusa, yes, but his grandfather had tried to prevent his birth, fearing a prediction that Perseus would cause his death. Which, of course, he eventually did, accidentally with a discus. Then there's Heracles, greatest of Greek heroes, who spent his life atoning for a madness inflicted by Hera. He too killed his children. He too laboured in vain for years. A man of strength, undone by forces beyond his control, echoing the quiet futility of these endless jars of water. The Danaids, then, are not just a tale of brides and blades. They are the starting note in a long chord of curses. Their story contains the DNA of every Greek tragedy: prophecy, flight, exile, obedience, regret. The image of women carrying water that will never stay is not just a punishment. It is a portrait of the human condition, painted in soft, repetitive strokes. There are also local traditions, especially in Argos, where the Danaids were revered, not reviled. Springs were named after them. Temples bore their names. Amymone, in particular, was associated with water sources and wells, often depicted as a nymph or minor goddess. Some stories claim Poseidon loved her and struck the earth with his trident to create a spring in her honour. So perhaps they were not cursed forever. Perhaps, in some quiet version of the myth, the water finally stays in the jar. Perhaps the basin, once cracked, is mended by time or prayer. The stories contradict themselves, as Greek myths often do. One moment they are murderesses. The next they are deified. The truth, as ever, rests somewhere in between. It's worth noting that the Danaid story was frequently adapted into Greek tragedy. Aeschylus wrote a play, The Suppliants, in which the daughters of Danaus flee to Argos, begging for sanctuary from forced marriage. In this version, they are not brides but refugees. The city must decide whether to defend them or send them back. It's an ancient reflection on asylum, agency, and the strange, thin line between sanctuary and sacrifice. We, the listeners, know what comes next. We know that murder waits beneath the veil. But for a moment in the city square, they are simply women seeking a place to live freely. And Argos, noble Argos, chooses to protect them. That brief mercy may be why they were remembered with altars instead of curses. Greek myth, after all, are not fixed. They breathe, they contradict, they forget. The same Danaids who are damned in Hades might also be worshipped in a grove on a spring morning. The same dagger that ends a marriage might also mark the start of a legend. The punishment in one version is the origin of water in another. And so, as we close this quiet book of curses, let us return to that line of women walking softly with their jars. It is neither day nor night. The underworld is not cruel. It is simply indifferent. They lift, they pour, they turn again. But now, perhaps one looks up. She sees the stars. She thinks of Argos. She remembers the sea breeze. And though the water still vanishes, she begins to hum. Because in myth, as in life, the curse is not always what it seems. Sometimes the endless labour becomes rhythm. Sometimes futility becomes ritual. And sometimes the quietest voice, like Hypermnestra's, is the one that endures.